Steve Brave,
Here.
Stanley Woodenite,
Oh,
Vanessa Red Hawk Thompson,
Here.
Michael Lunderman,
Here.
Fremont Fallis, Tanil Blackfeather,
Here.
Bill Marshall, Wayne Frederick, Eileen Shaw,
Here.
Martha Blue Thunder, Sherry Wright Plank, Norman Running Sr., Pamela Kilsenwater,
Here.
Raymond Croigo, Dira Ayat, Dwight Spanatel.
We have 14, Council. Russell, would you do invocation?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bueno, gasto na campus ni botar com uma chateante, ao pé de Leonícia, pelo é o ministro eu saco aqui então é uma boca no voal do voio boa para people for a pé de le tona na wichu o ni cheska o tranco carro é o monte lá o arte tranca vai checker o tranco a pé de le o any extra walk in a week on it, careful, this is the ocean killer, home, dark for you, yeah.
Hey, hi, hey, 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 yo, hey, yo, hey, lo, hey, yo, hey, lo, hey, 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 yo, hey, yo, hey, yo, hey, yo. Hey ha yo, hey yo, hey ha yo, hey hello, hey hello. Come shela ya pe, kawa pa ke na, oh hey ho ke shi, hey na shi hello, hey yo ha te wa, oh ya te ke ha yo. Which chanti cha le chamu elo yo elo afla.
Yeah, go ahead, Chair.
We have a side discussion and I would like to make a request that every meeting after we sing the flag song that one of our Lakota speakers here teaches us a word and the meaning behind it.
Sure.
Just to try and preserve Lakota language. So today I would like to call on Russell if he could educate us on a new Lakota word and what the meaning is behind it.
What?
Remember we had that conversation about a teaching every meeting, our Lakota language, like our efforts towards Lakota language.
Yeah.
Would you teach us a word today?
Sure. Sure. Word that comes to mind is woableze. Woableze. Woableze is, in our language, it's kind of hard to describe, but the closest English word that it comes to mind is realization. You know, you're thinking about something, all of a sudden, boom, you know, oh, okay, that's what it, you know, it's like this, well, that's what it means. You know? The wobble is really important in our daily lives. You know, it's something that we rarely use the word, you know, but to abilize something is to gain an understanding of a event that's happening. So it can mean different things too, but so we use the term wobble to look on a whole holistic level, because anytime we use the term wo, it means everything. Wobble is it, wo yukshon, wo kasnede, wo wala. You know, all those words mean something in wholeness, not just one little thing. So that's stay. But I had another one too when I was teaching. Had my colleague was gonna ask him to cover my class, but every day during my class period, I would write a word on the chalkboard, you know. And I told my students, I said, you know, I'm not going to be here tomorrow, but my buddy's going to cover it. So I put the word out, G-A-N, guttural G, put that on the board. And I said, they said, what does that mean? So I said, it means being handsome. So when the teacher comes in tomorrow, say, you know, turned out they did too. Anyway, we have a lot of fun when we're teaching because you learn words, you make mistakes. I always encourage my students, you know, we're not laughing at you, we're laughing with you, you know, because it gets to be a lot of fun. Make it that way. So anyway, that's the word for the day.
Let's see.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a request to be excused. It looks like Donna, Hollowhorn Bear, Dara, you must have changed your mind, come in early. Oh, you're gonna leave at 12:30, okay. Norman Running, request to be excused. Wayne Frederick will be in at 11. Is anybody else that needs to be excused for present or prior meetings? Micah?
Lisa, that should be at about 10:30.
Okay. 10:30. Fremont?
Yeah, if my granddaughters call me, I might have to leave at 4 o'clock if they don't have a ride from school.
Well, they're the boss, so you have to go. Okay, I need a motion to approve excuses. Share, question by, second by Pam, question by Fremont. All in favor, approving excuses.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
Dan?
Oh,
Daniil?
Yes.
Steve?
yes.
14,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Okay, we got approval of the agenda. Is there anything else that needs to be on the agenda today that we need to take care of? It's a regular agenda. We put down our new business. We're gonna need to talk a little bit about Saturday and I'll visit from the director of IHS. So is there anything else? If not, I'll ask for a motion to approve the agenda. Sure.
I have a request from council that I would like to make, and it's a monetary request. When would be the appropriate time?
Can we do it right after we approve the agenda?
Sure.
Okay.
I just didn't know if it needed to be added to the agenda.
Oh, no, let's just do it right after we approve the
Okay.
agenda.
Thank you.
Okay. Sure, you making a motion to approve agenda, second by Micah, question by, oh, go ahead, Micah.
Is the Great Plains Tribal Chairman's meeting happening Friday too, or?
We're still working out the details. We've been getting a hold of, Gay Kingman. She's basically setting it up out to the casino. So I think it's gonna start at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
So,
Do we need to add that to it, or is there anything?
that's Great Plains Chairman's, is, putting that on, but we're just hosting it out there. So.
Oh, okay. I'll second.
That's
Second. It's Friday, yes.
At what time?
10 o'clock. Need a question, approve the agenda. Jordan. All in favor, approving the
One.
agenda.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
Janelle? Stan,
Oh,
Steve,
yes.
14,
opposed,
0,
not voting.
1.
Motion carried. Okay, we have, our constitutional officers. We'll go right into our agenda. I'll give a short report. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, council. Good morning. I would like to request, a donation from council in the amount of $3,000 to host a Veterans Day celebration for next month on October 11th. I don't have a budget. I didn't create one. If council would like, if you require, November 11th, I'm sorry. So that's, it's still tentative. We put in an application for Ben Rifle, so we're waiting to hear. Yeah, so I'll get out a flyer as soon as I get the place that we need. I wish we had an event center.
Yeah.
That'd be really awesome. So I'm trying for Ben Rifle, but, so to be, determined yet as the place for it.
A motion to request a $3,000 donation from council for
Veterans Day celebration.
Veteran Day celebration, to be announced at a later date. Time,
The place to be announced at a later date.
okay. Russell, go ahead.
I'll second that, the tax, but
Okay, with the attached budget.
Yep.
Question by Jordan. All in favor?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
Stan?
Oh.
Tennille?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
14,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried.
Wapila Council, thank you. And I hope you all can make it the day of the celebration.
Okay. Council will get right into the constitutional officers report. Last on the 28th of last month, we had the presentations on the CREP program. We had a presentation on the 105 leasing, and we had a presentation on broadband. And that was kind of my reports as far as for last month. This month, we've been working on the visit for the Secretary of Interior, Deb Haaland, to be coming on Saturday. So her team is going to be down here on Thursday or tomorrow. I asked Joaquin, the person that's actually coordinating all the activities and stuff from her office, asked him to come in and maybe speak to the council a little bit when we're in session. So kind of tell the council what to expect as far as the visit and what's going on. So we'll have that done tomorrow. On Friday as well, we have a Great Plains Chairman's meeting. We're going to have the out to the casino. It's going to start at 10 o'clock, and I'm not sure what's on the agenda yet, but we're kind of preparing for a visit for on Saturday. We have the IHS director. Her name is Rosalind Sioux. She agreed to spend some time in council at she's going to be here at 1 o'clock. So I don't know if you guys want to go in session for that, to call a special meeting, maybe from 1 to 3 on Saturdays, just so we can visit with her. I suggested last time that we need to actually speak to the new director about our quality of services that are up here at our IHS, and maybe talk a little bit about the lawsuit that we had won and what that means for Rosebud and other tribes as far as their healthcare. But that she'll be down here on Saturday at 1 o'clock, and she agreed to meet with the council. So I invited the chairmen that are going to be here for that day too, if they're still around, to be a part of our meeting. Do you guys want to have a council meeting in session during that time? And I will do that, and we'll call for a special meeting on Saturday from 1 to 3 if you guys agree to it. So, okay, we'll do that. So any other questions as far as the visits, as far as Secretary Haaland showing up? we're trying to get the Dear Tribal Leaders letter out to the other tribes, the Great Plains Chairman's, director, Gay Kingman, and she's got that out to the other tribes. So I'm not sure how kind of turnout we're going to have, but hopefully we have a pretty good turnout as far as testimony on boarding schools, the survivors of boarding schools. Hope they come in and tell their stories. So the other thing I have to report was we asked about the safety of dams director. There was some questions on is there any more that applied for that position and what you guys want to do with that, because the same ones are basically reapplying. There's a few more on there, but I don't think they meet the requirements. So you guys are going to have to take a look at the list of that and decide if you're going to weed some of those out, or if you're going to let the administration weed some of those out and bring them back, or if you want HR to do it. So I know that was a discussion in personnel one day. So I did put that off, and if you guys want a copy, I can give it to you, and we can decide when we're going to set up interviews for the safety of dams director. Sherry, do you have a question?
I think Personnel Committee, we just forwarded all of them forward to council,
Okay.
the last meeting.
So do you want to set up,
We
do you
just set
just
up
want to do all
interviews.
interviews? Just do all of them, or you just want to, weed them out? Because that was the request of the last one where we had, the last interviews that we had, that we were only going to interview the ones that qualify for the job.
Well, what we decided at personnel was that we would bring it forth for council to decide what they wanted to do.
Okay. I guess that's why I'm bringing it up today, so. Pat?
Good morning, council administration. I wasn't in here at the beginning of the discussion, but is there new applicants?
There's 11 applicants. There's 4 that reapplied.
So can we see the list at least?
Sure can. You can pass it around. Well, actually, there's 12 of them, and I'll just pass it around. I didn't make copies or anything, so I'll just pass it around. The other thing I needed to oh, go ahead, Russell.
Got my manners. I mean, you know, good one. I thought, did personnel actually do a revision of criteria for that position, or nothing happened?
That was something that they discussed in personnel. I guess they brought it to personnel. And I guess they were asked, the committee was asked, what do you want to do with these? Do you want to take them all back? Or what? And I guess the outcome of that meeting was that they were going to bring them back to the council to discuss which ones they want to basically interview. So I think they kind of threw it back at the council for. I know in the past, we've always done that. It's always been where we have interviews, and it's come up before where we should just be interviewing the qualified applicants. But there's always people with experience in there as well. So it becomes a question, and they always end up asking for all the applicants in the end anyway. So, but it's up to you guys if you guys want to go with that list, or you want the personnel to go back and weed them all out and only interview the qualified ones.
This is Eileen. Can I say something?
But Eileen,
The reason we put it back to council is this came once on the floor, and we wanted the input of all council. Since it's a second round, we felt that it was better for all council to have an input in what's to be done here, because we can bring that recommendation, but because it was a second round, we would just like to have all council kind of weigh in on it, discuss it, and decide. So, and if you want to put it back to to personnel, and we screen them, then and bring forth who needs to be on the interviews, then we can do that. I just wanted to let you know why we sent it on to council. Thank you.
Yeah. The other thing I want to bring up is Kelly Insurance. They came and did a presentation along with RST benefits to basically provide insurance to the tribe as far as health insurance. I think last time we met, they were talking about, they made a motion for the programs to start putting that in their budget for this fiscal year. I don't think it's been done. So I'm not sure what to tell Kelly Insurance. Randall wants to come back and give another presentation. It's basically the same thing. It's like $600 per tribal member. That's part of the insurance. And it's going to cost a lot of money to get it started. So I think we were talked a little bit about where that money would come from. And we talked about maybe using some ARPA money to do that. I don't know if that's still something that you guys want to do, or if I need to set up a meeting with Randall Kelly to have him come do a presentation, because he wants to come to council again to see if we want to move forward with that. Lisa?
Good morning, council and administration. Apologize for my we did, hear a presentation from both of them several times.
Yep.
Christy and Kelly. In budget and finance, we just did discuss going with Kelly. It's been kind of some time. We've been wanting to work with, I asked Eric to do a resolution a while back to get with Tanya from HR and to get the specifics within that resolution. So we've been kind of waiting for that.
Okay, was there any discussion in budget finance on how we're gonna fund it to
No.
start? Okay, that's something that we really need to look at. I know we just got the bare minimum insurance just to
Yeah, we only approved the bare minimum just to meet that employer mandate.
yeah.
So, and that was something that we had discussed too, if the programs were gonna do their own individual contributions or if the tribe was gonna.
Okay, so
Anything
so I
else?
guess what I need to know is, do we need to set up another presentation from Randall? Are we gonna invite him to a health board meeting, or what do you want to do, council?
I don't necessarily think we do. Maybe we should refer it back to budget and finance to see where we need that to find the money for it.
Okay, we'll do it that way. Go ahead, Chair.
Would budget and finance also be working with the programs and asking if they would be able to contribute?
We probably could. That was an option before we approved the budgets. But we did have to cut the programs to balance our budget. So I don't know what they would have to pay in individually, but that's something, I don't know if ARPA could cover that too.
Okay, the other thing that we've been working on this last week here is we have a guy named Arthur Heffernan. He's the person that runs the I-9. It's part of this broadband. He's one of the people that are going to make this happen for the tribe. He's actually the integration part of the broadband to complete that. And actually, after all the construction's done, he comes in and he integrates all the equipment that needs to be put in. So he basically hooks everything up. That's what his company does. We approved him as a sole source for his resolution. They're working on the RFQ for the broadband. They're working out the details today. They're having a meeting this morning. We should have that RFQ completed by tomorrow, and it should go out. And I believe TechRoll is going to end up sending that RFQ out. So making sure that that's out there gets out there to the people that need to see that. We do need to make some amendments to the budget as far as the contractors. Tomorrow I'm gonna present a budget for I-9 to actually bring him on board and have a set contract with him. So I'll be presenting that tomorrow. But basically that's all I have to report, council. Is there any questions? We still need to make a decision on the safety of dams director, if we're going to do interviews, or if we're going to send it back to HR. Ray,
Good morning, everyone. I would like everyone just to be interviewed again.
okay,
Just set up interviews and go through the process.
okay.
I'm okay with that.
I will set up a date then, if that's okay with the council, we'll set up a date for interviews. Okay, that's all I got on my report. His name is Arthur Heffernan. Yeah, he'll be here tomorrow if you guys want to talk to him. So we can bring him in tomorrow. You guys can actually see who he is and who we're working with. So Lisa, do you have a question?
Yeah, yesterday we had a TLE meeting and there was a discussion on the lawsuit that the tribe had filed against Sioux. And the TLE board had decided not to pursue any more legal matters against SGU. So with that, the resolution that was in place for that, which waived the SGU sovereign immunity for that lawsuit, we made a motion to rescind this resolution.
Do you know what number it was?
It's
Lisa?
resolution 2019-133. So I'll make a motion to rescind that.
A motion to rescind resolution 2019-133. Have a second by Pam? No? Vanessa, are you second that? Go ahead, Pam.
What was the reasoning behind not doing the lawsuit?
Our attorney, Zandvin, had went and worked it out with SGU, so. And Tilly and it's been costing a lot and putting a lot of legal issues on the back burner, so I think we came to an agreement, so.
Any more questions?
Any more of the board? Vanessa or Dara have any input on that?
Yeah. During that last meeting with, good morning, everyone. During that last meeting with St. Tegleshka, they agreed to pull out from their side, and Tribal Land Enterprise did as well. It is costing an extremely large amount of money paying out to the lawyers. And so I think if we come to common agreements, we can move forth with some good progression. It is costing a large amount of money, and it seems to be money that we don't have. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Derek. Okay, is there any more questions for me?
And it was,
On my
you know, it was I had a question on what the lawsuit entitled, and it was that when
Well, I'm sorry, you still got to vote on your motion, so.
and it was when SGU had taken the lease for Mustang Meadows. And I don't know if you all recall the Buffalo issue, the Buffalo down there. But the money that they owed that we were pursuing from SGU actually is way less than what our legal costs have been, so.
All right, we need a question if there's no more discussion. Chair. Rescinding resolution 133. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
Stan?
Oh.
Steve?
Yes.
13.
Opposed?
1.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried.
Bad.
Go ahead. Gordon, and then Pam.
Good morning, everybody. I just had a question about the job advertisements for the ones that we approved for the broadband. Are those out now? The job advertisements and
I think they're over there. They were sent over to personnel, so they should be They should be out there pretty soon.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
That was another good thing you reminded me because, before, Sarah left last week when they give that presentation, she said that Santi needs to be a part of this. So as far as the interim person, until they hire somebody, that, he would be that person. And then and he was kind of thinking that maybe we should take some action on that, officially make him the interim. I don't know if that's a project manager or what it is, but, it was kind of mentioned that he was gonna do that work and he kind of wanted it to be official, so. Okay, motion by Dara to make him the interim project manager for broadband project. Need a second? Second by Russell. Discussion, Jordan, and then Cher.
I guess I just have concerns because we need him to be doing his IT position as well, and I feel like this grant's gonna take a lot from that, so that's why I'm hesitant for it.
It's just interim till they get somebody, so he needs to follow up on it. He's the one that got it going. He's very knowledgeable what needs to be done, so it's not making it full-time for him, so. Cher?
Thank you. My question is just regarding, the funding source. Is that gonna come out of the grant? Is he gonna be funded out of the grant, or is he gonna just retain his regular, director
That's
salary?
up to you guys. If you guys, want to compensate him in some way, then you need to probably state that in a motion if he'd be compensated out of the grant monies, or if it's added to his duties as far as being the director of IT.
Probably duties. Good.
Okay, other duties as assigned? Is that what you want? Is that okay, Daryl?
Is it more work for him? If it's more work, he does a good job. He's educated and he's brought the grant this far. We could at least give him that consideration and credit for that. If I did a lot of work and if I put my heart into something and I just kind of got pushed aside and, asked if someone else could do it or if it could just be assigned to regular duty, when it's added, I would kind of feel a little slap in the face right there. But, he has done a lot of work. There was a lot of drama that came with this as well. So that's a lot of mental anguish that's coming along with it. I just feel that, maybe we can compensate him. If it's if he's put in the work for the grant, let him at least be a part of it. Thank you.
And then Ray. Okay, Ray.
Yeah, I think in that grant, I'm kind of with Dara. I think in that grant, there is a project manager in there, and I feel like he should be supplemented until we hire a full-time one. Because he is part of that grant and did a lot of work and brought it this far. So if Dara can add in a supplement, maybe into our motion, until we do hire a full-time one.
Okay. So I amend that motion to supplement him from the grant until the interim position is put into place as full-time project manager.
That to be decided by admin or the amount or?
Maybe, I don't know, what do you guys think? Girls, think over there. Admin, please.
Okay, all right. Lisa?
I just have a question. How, are those positions being advertised now?
Yeah, that was a question they had. The job descriptions, I believe they went over to HR already. They should be being advertised by now. So I guess something I just didn't follow up on, so sorry about that, but Cher, go ahead.
Yes.
Thank you. I guess my main concern was just if it's allowable.
Okay,
Nothing against Santi, or I know all the work he did because he updates us at Economic Development Committee, but I just want to make sure that it's allowable and that it doesn't take away from the total amount of the grant for that position when it's actually hired.
okay.
And whenever you negotiate, please be reasonable.
Oh, yeah, I will.
Okay.
Russell?
Just, 2 cents worth. You know, one of the things that's gonna happen is, you know, we got this big contract. We wanna start ASAP. We wanna make sure the project is completed quickly. When that's done, somebody has to have oversight. So I always felt that IT maintain that, whether it's the guy working now or in the future. You know, it's gonna fall back on IT again. You know, I kind of have that. We won't have the money to pay for someone to come in and do the management, or maybe we can. Maybe we'll find some money at that time in the future. But the project needs to go, have a flow to it. So always, you know, somebody from IT should always maintain some kind of oversight over what's happening, because they gotta know. You know, when we were meeting with, when Golden and West, I mean, they have their system all set up already, and it's all within their program, their project.
Right.
And when, I can't remember the name of that other program that really helped us actually put the draft together, centrally.
Yeah.
At that time, we were kind of assured that we may get access to some of their supply. So it's something that we still gotta work through at this point. Otherwise, outside probably tax us, you know, financially because of the amount of money. So I really feel that IT needs to be involved.
Okay. Any more discussion? Ray?
I was just informed that those positions are being advertised and they close on the 17th. So if there's no any other questions, I'll call for the question.
Okay, question by Ray. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Online, Eileen? Not one. Stan?
Oh.
Steve?
Yes.
13,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1.
I was opposed.
You're opposed, okay. Okay. All right. What's the count then?
13-3-0.
13-3-0, motion carried. We had Pam, you still, then Jordan.
My question goes back to that lawsuit with the, TLE and the tribe versus SGU. Who's leasing Mustang Meadows now?
Red Coal.
And are
Got
they, how are
Buffalo
they?
project out there that, what do they call it? Wolakuta. Well,
And how is that going?
it's going really well.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it's going really well.
Grant protector.
Yeah.
We have a, we have 50 buffalo.
It's just that there's been a lot of talk of buffalo passing into, I don't know who's adjacent to the land, but we got some buffalo that move into the other person's land. So I'm just hoping that our fences are all up for all the buffalo, I guess.
Yeah. Haven't heard anything bad about about it going on out there. I didn't hear anything about buffalo getting out, so usually it's reported. So there was an incident out there at one time where they got out and they got shot. So I haven't heard anything.
Prior to.
Yeah, right. So Jordan,
Thank you.
Jordan and Lisa.
So kind of back to my colleague Russell's concerns. Just want to make sure that IT has started the conversations with Redco now to make sure that once this project is completed, that the transition to Redco goes smoothly. The last time they said that they kind of weren't aware of that. So I just wanted to make sure that those conversations are starting to happen, because for them to understand the system as well, those need to be in place so our system doesn't fail once it transitions to Redco.
Right. That will happen, Jordan. Okay.
Thank you.
Lisa?
I'd just like to respond to Pam's inquiry that, that Wolacota project out there is really going good. And part of that is that we had a grant from Ted Turner Corporation to bring the buffalo and purchase the buffalo down there. And a part of that was to reconstruct the fencing around it and some wells. And then there was even some other, to redo the grass area out there. But maybe on your part, you can bring them here and we can get a presentation from them, meet the managers and who's taking care of it out there so that we can know, it's going really good. And we actually have 3 buffalo bulls from Yellowstone that were in quarantine, and I think they're released back out there now. So, and their buffalo percentage is probably higher. I think it's like 98%. So we got some good breeding out there off of those. And those were given to us from the Fort Belknap tribe. And they were in quarantine for, I think, 1.5 years or something before they can cross state lines. But I think those are released out there now. But that would be a good idea if you can get them to come and do maybe during the Redco presentation or something, and have them come up so that we can get to know what's going on down there and how their operation is. Because I know that they can only keep so many buffalo down there at once under that funding opportunity. So.
Okay, sure.
All this buffalo talk reminds me of 2 things. One is that Foster Hogan asked council if we would like to participate in a buffalo harvest with Wolacota. And the other thing that I want to, I'm not sure if, I don't want to steal your thunder, Russell, but I'm not sure if we're going to get to Land and Natural today, but I know that the tribe itself is getting decent amount of buffalo tomorrow, and council is all invited out to watch that as well at our pasture here. But shall I have Foster reach out to you if council agrees to do a buffalo harvest?
Yeah, that would be something.
I don't know if I trust Pam or being around Pam with a knife. Just kidding.
I know. It is. I'm a scorned bully here. Oh, darn it.
Okay, is there anything else? Russell?
One good thing is we'll never go hungry.
Right.
I guess my question goes back to the guy that Secretary Holland staff coming tomorrow. Are they gonna kind of give us a run through of,
Yeah, that's,
taking testimony? I mean, that's the whole idea behind taking.
yeah, I asked him to come here and talk to the council tomorrow when we're in session. He can kind of go over the agenda that they set forth and what's actually going to happen. So everybody's clear on Saturday what's going to happen and what kind of testimony there and who's all going to be involved in the activities over there. So we'll do that tomorrow, Russell. We'll bring him here.
Okay, and then on the flip side of that, do we have any kind of written needs for our tribe in terms of presenting it to, I know we don't have the time to probably express it, but is the Otechi Shakomi or tribal chairman's group, do they have any kind of?
I think that's what we're going to do on Friday is actually talk about her visit and what we can present to her. She's specifically coming just to hear testimony and stories on boarding school survivors. But I think the chairmans want to give her something, hand it to her, say this is our needs, our position on certain issues. So that's gonna happen on Friday. I think we're gonna come up with something, so.
Well, hopefully, on our end, hopefully, we key in on, law enforcement.
Yes, right.
And, you know, we don't have to make a big speech on it during her visit because of why she's here, but, you know, we need to have a plan and hand it to her so that she can, her staff is the one that do all the work, so it's they should have something in writing from us,
Okay,
really on key issues, not only in law enforcement, but, other programs.
Okay.
So I'm really thinking that we should at least have something in writing.
okay. We should have
Thank you.
some resolutions or position papers that we can come out of the chairman's meeting on Friday, so we'll
Yeah,
have something prepared. Go ahead, Sheriff.
Okay, Russell just sparked a, concern. And when you guys brought up the fact that we're gonna be taking testimony, it's probably gonna be a very emotional day. So I don't know what we're gonna do as far as being prepared to offer certain support for people, but we should really
They're
make
bringing
sure.
their own, counselors, their mental health people that are gonna be there through, not through IHS, but through, Health and Human Services. They're bringing some people down there. They're gonna allow for rooms to counsel some of the people that are giving testimony. So, that's gonna happen.
Okay,
Okay.
maybe something spiritual too
Sure.
from our culture if there's something that could be offered.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. That's it for my report. Any more questions? If not, I'll turn it over to the vice chairman.
Good morning, everyone. My report's very short this month. We're closing out, or we got last year closed out in the black. And we had some last minute bills that didn't get paid. We had to work with finance back there, move some monies around to get them paid. As you know, when we were giving off the ARPA funds, so many people came for IDs. We were backed up on those. We got them paid, so we, like I said, we finished in the black, so I was happy about that. Starting a new year, new fiscal year, so. It looks like we won't be doing general assistance and things like that back there anymore with the budget constraints that we have this year. But we are going to be doing some wood. I have some vendors that we're going to use Ken Hawkins' program over here for wood. I guess the only thing there with Ken's program, we have to make people aware that all he has is pine. So we're going to let them know ahead of time that's what they're going to get, if they want to use it or not. And we're still going to have our small propane budget that we get. That money comes down from NAHA, I believe. We get that throughout the winter. So we'll still be doing some wood and some propane. We won't be covering everybody. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people that won't be able to get service on that amount. So we'll just have to do the best we can with that. And like I said, no general assistance checks like we used to do. We're phasing out the discretionary account. So that's going to free me up to do more committee work. I'm kind of looking forward to that, sitting with you folks in committee and doing some work there. Last week, I made the quorum for 2 committees in 1 day. So if we can continue that, I would like to do that. And also at the same time, I can maybe help Scott with some of his projects. I know there's days in his schedule and he's got 2 to 3 meetings all in one day and sometimes a couple meetings at the same hour. So I want to work with him and kind of share some of that load or burden that he has out of his office. I think that's what the vice president should be doing. And the thing I wanted to run by you guys, there was some discussion here. I think all of you can remember we talked about the Veterans Memorial up here, maybe moving it to a more visible, better location. So I'm going to meet with the Veterans Committee and with Orlando and kind of maybe start the process rolling there to move that like you all were talking about. So, Jordan?
Just to kind of touch base with that, Wayne and I have also kind of been working on it. So we're trying to get prices for a new, like a monument type to get it moved. And then we'll just have to, maybe we can come with you to the meeting and then
Okay,
we
good.
can discuss where we want to put
I
it.
would like to do
and then
that.
kind of get the numbers put together because we just don't want to destroy that one that was up there already and add that cost to us again to have it moved, or because if we take that, there's a centerpiece that says to honor all the Sichongu veterans. So if we take that out, then there's just going to be 2 concrete slabs on the side. So we'd either have to destroy those or do something else. But
Yeah, we have to.
yeah, we'll have to figure that out on what we exactly want to do with that part of it. But if you want to include us, that'd be awesome as well. Thank you.
That would be great. So, like I said, I just wanted to start doing more administratively in this next year coming up. And Cher had some projects the other day. She talked about language things. I kind of like to be a part of that if possible. So, you have a question, Cher?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I guess I know we made a motion back in like April or so, to request that, you, come up with a winterization, plan. How far are you on that? Have you made any progress yet? Okay. When do you,
I got some time now to try to get that
yeah, okay,
worked on.
thank you.
Is there any other questions? I'll try to answer them for you if I can. If not, that's my report.
Okay. On to the,
I have a question.
go ahead, Russell.
Or concern or issue, I guess, not an issue. What, you mentioned that, and Ken Hawkins came to Land and Natural and kind of gave us, he has a project that he needs to do to harvest, that, burnt, trees out there and to be able to turn them into viable cutting boards. And so that's his project, that's his program's project, but then I know we're gonna get into a situation where as soon as it gets cold, really cold, you're gonna get administration, you're gonna get, calls from people needing wood. And all he can offer is pine. And you say you have some vendors that have the hardwood that you'll be working with.
Yeah.
And so would they be in a position to meet the demands of our people?
I don't think 2 of them would be able to do it, Russell. I got 2 that cut for me more like on a personal thing, and I just pay them. They don't come out of, well, we don't have the program dollars there to pay them anymore anyway, so that's more, those 2 guys are more of a private guys that I use when I really need an emergency taken care of.
Do you work in coordination with Leah?
Somewhat we do. We're not really fully in tune with what they do over there. I had a concern here a while back. I didn't know if we were stockpiling up here like we used to. So I call the EPP people and they tell me they got 154 cords up there. So I felt pretty good about that, but of course that can go in a couple of storms, you know, that could be gone. So yeah, I'm gonna try to use Ken Hawkes as much as I can, but if people aren't, a lot of people don't, burn pine, so my other two vendors, I'm gonna try to fill some of that void with them, the private guys. And I pay them out of a outside fund.
Also, previous years, we've actually went to Budget and Finance, asked for money for our offices to be able to have wood money. We haven't done that this year. It'd be nice if we can get some more money to provide wood for some of the people out there. And once we get that money from Budget and Finance, we usually have, to contact all our vendors. The vendors start issuing their names to our offices. And that's who we decide who to use, and it gives them a little income as far as buying from them. So those are those private vendors. But that's how we usually done it in the past, is that we, every winter in the fall, we came to Budget Finance, asked for money for the Vice President's office and the President's office to, basically purchase wood for some of our people out there that are needed, especially the elders. But I think I probably need to do that again, but I need to request that from Budget and Finance. Go ahead, Jordan.
Okay, so just kind of a suggestion, I guess, for my colleagues is, I don't know if you guys would be up to it, but maybe we should have like a scheduled day where we can come in as leaders and cut wood for our people. And that way we can start stockpiling it ourselves. That way we're not getting the request. I mean, you guys get them as well, probably during the winter time. It'd just be to help kind of offset that. If you guys are okay with it, I would be okay with volunteering my time to do that as well.
Vanessa.
I'd like to answer that.
Go ahead, Russell.
When I was your age, I could cut a lot of wood. So it sounds really like, yeah, we can go ahead and gung ho and do that. My wood cutting days are gone. But I just want to assure you that, I did a lot of wood cutting back in my day.
Yeah,
So just to remind you that, some of us aren't as young as you are.
Maybe you can come and tell us how to do it right.
I could do that.
Vanessa.
Good morning, colleagues and admin. We had our community meeting last night and they discussed that wood cutting, and the community wanted to get a permit so they can start cutting for the community. And that's what they want to do for ours.
Secretary, what do you have?
Have the meeting minutes for September. Thank you. And we're in the process of planning a trunk or treat on Monday, October 31st at the fairgrounds. It's open to all tribal programs and then open to all the children. And then my last thing is I'm in the process of developing a webpage for our office. It'll have all the notifications, resolutions, ordinances, and a motion digest. And it should be done here in a couple of weeks, and then we'll just update it daily.
Okay. All the minutes from, I think there's September, looks like we met quite a bit in September. You want a little while to review them and maybe come back to them and do them later, approve them later, or do you guys want time to review them and look them over?
Probably during under, I think under Lloyd's, we'll have to ask him. That's where it's at right now.
No committees, no positions for committees, anything like that that need to be? Okay. Okay, let's do these like have a September 21st meeting. Let's look at those over. And I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes. I'll give you a few minutes to look September 21st over. Like Lisa made all the motions in that one.
No movers or shakers.
Oh, sure, put her name in there a couple of times. Lisa?
I gotta, look at some motions that were made on the 22nd, if you haven't gotten that for yet. But I also wanted to make our, talk about Russell left, but his entry fee in the Bronx match in Las. If you look at September 22nd at the bottom of page 4, and look at that motion and then the preceding motion on page 5, that kind of contradicts the motion that we made here earlier. And it's kind of a personnel issue, so I don't want to bring up names, but I don't know, maybe we were feeling a different way about that position on that day or something, but it kind of, if you guys want to take a look at that. That was part of the reason why I opposed that motion this morning, so.
Chairman. Chairman.
Steven, go ahead. Oh, Stanley, go ahead.
Yeah. I was on travel September 29th, 30th, and the 30th to Standing Rock. I don't know if that's on the minutes or not, but.
Okay.
Thank you.
Morning, Eileen. Good morning. Hey, Ray, go ahead.
I guess, in reference to, Lisa's comment, I think the motion made this morning was just a supplemental for that grant up until we hire somebody, and this would come from his pay already, right? Or that individual's, okay, yeah.
I think that was before that they gave the broadband presentation. They kind of explained all the details. I think people were kind of in the dark before when that motion was made, so I'm glad they came in and did the presentation. It kind of cleared the air. Who was doing what and why and how we're gonna move forward with that, so still available. So I'll entertain a motion to approve September 21st meeting minutes, 2022, and September 22nd, 2022. Can I get a motion? There. Second by Jordan. Need a question? Dara. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Online, Stan?
Oh,
Steve?
yes.
15,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1.
Okay, motion carried. Let's look at September 28th and 29th. Yeah, there was.
Yeah, there's.
Oh, and then
I'm not on 28 minutes.
What's that?
28 minutes. All I have is 21, 22, 29, and 30.
28 minutes was set up for casino, gaming, Redco, 105 leasing, the CREP program. And Light and Natural had some emergency legislation resolutions, broadband presentation, and
You guys don't believe
not mine. Went off air too. Need a few minutes, Pam?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ray.
Alright, so on September 28th, when gaming is on the agenda and they do not attend, should those be reflected in these minutes that under gaming where they didn't report?
It just basically shows that, yeah, it still has to show what was on the agenda. I guess that's all it shows.
I think on previous minutes it had gaming and then no report.
Okay,
Okay.
so we'll do that as amended, okay? No report. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve September 28, 2022 and September 29, 2022. Ray, need a second. Fremont. Question by Dara. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Online, Stan?
Oh.
Steve? Opposed? Not voting.
2,
Motion carried.
the number?
14, 0,
14?
14, 0, 2.
Here we have September 30th. Lisa,
I'll make a motion to approve the 29th.
29th?
We just did.
We just did.
Okay.
28th, 29th, we're just in the 30th now.
No, I withdraw my. Yeah.
Lisa, go ahead.
I just had a question. So on the Holland visit, did Cinte agree to waive that fee for renting the multi-purpose?
Yeah, he did. Sean Bordeaux called me and he basically said that his dad and him got together and they said there was no reason for them not to let us use it to waive the fees and stuff, so.
Okay.
Oh.
And then the budget, did you, I seen
Yeah, I
the,
did. I think I had him send it out to you guys. Did you guys get it? So, okay. Yeah.
so the budget was you were requesting 20,000, but I thought part of the reason for it being so high at 20,000 was because of that $6,000 rental fee.
I'm not sure if they put it in there or not.
It's not in there, but I mean, it
Yeah.
seems pretty steep for,
Anything that's not used, we're giving back, so.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah,
On the 30th, it says those applicants that we carry, where you're knocking on that page.
okay. Excused? Okay. Any questions on the minutes of September 30th? Not, I'll entertain a motion to approve September 30th, 2022. Dara? Need a second?
they canceled it for, no quorum.
Fremont? Question by Tennille. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed, online, stand.
Oh.
Steve?
Yes.
15.
Oh,
0.
not voting.
1.
Motion carried. That's it for the meeting minutes. Eileen, got a question, comment?
Good morning. I was just wondering, sorry, went back, I see this September 29th. It was called to order at 10:10, and then you're gonna do a roll call at 10:30. It says, that there was a quorum present at 10:10, and then 10:30, you're gonna call another roll call. What was that about?
There's probably no quorum. I probably said, we'll try again at 10:30. That's probably what it was supposed to have been.
It says it's called to order.
Yeah, so well, let's, we'll change that, reflect that. So
I was absent that meeting.
we had a roll call at 10:10, that should, and then, we didn't get we had another roll call at 10:30.
I was gonna be late, so I didn't
Okay,
miss, so, thank you.
all right. Yeah. Okay. Anything else, Secretary? We got one tech role position open. Tech role commission has one position open. One applicant. You guys want to vote on it? Or do you want to? No, it's, applicant is, Sean Bordeaux. He's the only applicant for that. Maybe you can just make a motion to seat him. Go ahead, Lisa.
How long has it been advertised and has it been re-advertised?
It's Santiago's position, so.
It's been a while, but,
So when did the advertisement begin and then has it been re-advertised?
I was looking at his application date, but I don't see it. You don't have a date on here, so I don't know when he fills it out. He hasn't received on there. March 14th, it says on here.
There was another board.
So he filled his application out in March.
What committees need members yet?
Okay.
I know technical, judiciary.
Also services.
Did we ever seat somebody on the economic development in Steve's position?
Right, Jordan?
Also, in Economic and Development Committee, Steve Brave resigned from his seat, so we do need to seat another, council representative to that committee as well.
Okay. Let's take care of this and then we'll make a motion to accept his resignation and we'll seat somebody else. Is there a motion to seat Sean Bordeaux or do you want to re-advertise? What's your guys' wish? Eileen? To seat Sean Bordeaux on Tech Role Commission? Lisa?
So that's been advertised since March?
Yeah.
And consecutively or?
Yeah, consider since March.
Oh, yes.
Second by Lisa. Question by Vanessa. All in favor?
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Online, Stan?
Oh.
Steve?
Yes.
15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Motion carried. Okay, Micah? And then Ray.
Madam Secretary, what is the status with the Gaming Commission seats? I remember last year we advertised them, but we made a motion to hold off until the investigation was completed. No applicants for those? Oh. Okay. How many seats were there?
Yep. Got the, he's got gaming commission, right?
Yeah.
Um. Let's find it and we'll come back to it, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Can we get a motion to accept, oh, Ray, go ahead.
I just wanted to follow up on something you reported like several months ago, and it was on the individual. And I don't want to go off air, so I'm trying to keep it as brief as possible. But of that, I guess what the status is with that letter that got sent out with the deadline of September something. I don't know. Like what I was just curious on what the status of that was with the youth day stuff. Yeah.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
Lloyd is working.
Oh, so he's still working on it? Okay. Okay. I was just curious about it. So thank you.
Need a motion to accept Steve Brave's resignation from the Economic Development Committee. I think he's on too many committees or something.
Yeah, one of them overlaps.
Okay, one of them conflict with each other. So Eileen, second. Are you make a motion? Okay. You second, share. Question by Vanessa. All in favor?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Online, Stan?
Oh.
Steve, you're gonna vote on yourself?
Not
Opposed? Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Is there anybody interested in filling his position? Share? Oh, Micah, okay, Micah. Lisa, you? Motion to seat Micah on the Economic Development Committee, second by Ray. Question by Tennille. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Thank you, Micah.
7,
That was
8,
easy.
11, 12, 13, 14.
Stanley?
Oh.
Steve? Opposed?
15,
Not
0.
voting?
1. 15, 0, 1.
Motion carried. Okay, is that it, Secretary? Okay, Vanessa?
I have a question for the secretary. I wanted to ask what was the two secretaries that went to Washington DC, what was their purpose?
On health board, we did have, so with Pam being the vice chair of health board, we did go out to National Indian Health Board, but we did have other meetings out there. We did meet with a congressional member. And then we went and we met with, we had a meeting with T-Mobile, and then Pam and I had a general accounting meeting one afternoon. So I did ask to have the secretary send somebody out, our board secretary, to sit in on some of the National Indian Health Board meetings that they had out. What do they call that? We went to the caucuses, but then meetings that followed, then they went to those meetings for us, so. They kind of covered what we needed to go to at both times.
All right, with that, we need a motion to approve the vice chairman, president, and secretary's reports. Fremont, second by Ray, question by Tennille. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Online, Stan?
Oh.
Steve?
15,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Go ahead, Gordon.
I know the treasurer is not here, but in May, I made a motion to have a detailed report for the council donation in youth affairs by the following meeting, and we never received that, the report. So I just kind of I followed up when,
Yeah.
you were gone, so I just wanted to follow up again. I guess I don't know what the steps are.
Yeah, I guess that's a question for the treasurer. He's supposed to provide that report by motion. I don't know why he did it, I don't know the reasoning behind it, so I think that's a question for him. He's gonna have to answer when he gets back. Unless we'll want me to follow up on it for you.
Well, I could just wait till he comes, but I guess just for the record, I did bring it up again.
Okay.
And I'm just trying to follow up with it to make sure that we get it because it's October now, so thank you.
All right. Okay, we have, Bureau of Indian Affairs. We have Jolyn, Superintendent. Ashley.
How are you?
Good morning. Happy October. I hope everyone's doing well. I'm Jolyn Ashley, the Rosebud Agency Superintendent. It's good to see faces again. It's been a busy fiscal year and we just closed out FY22. So you received last week was sent out the September monthly report for the agency. We've been doing quite a bit of work and the work has been pretty lengthy. A lot of work has been out in the field. A lot of the other work that has been working on has been the just allocating and expending the FY22 funds, working with Land and Natural with the Peshla projects and the work up there. Staff's been up there quite a bit. But just to give you a highlight of the report and what's at hand right now, one of the main items I wanted to bring to council's attention is the audit for FY22 has not been submitted to the Bureau yet. And so as of this morning, the clearinghouse hasn't been submitted into the clearinghouse. And so just to let you know that there was a letter sent out July 11th to the tribe indicating that the monthly withdrawals would be done starting as of June. And so that's what's going to be done as of now with the funds that would come to the tribe. And until the audit is submitted and completed, then that's what will be done from our end. So working with Andy and having those funds withdrawn per month is what's going to occur. So I know that there's other budgets that are out there. We did work through Range to work with TIPO on some funding, and we're working on waiting for resolution on that end. and it was the 214,000, which we're still waiting on a scope of work from Solo and the budget. We did also have some carryover funding left over for FY '22 that we also allocated for TIPO. And again, we're waiting on some money or the scope of work, the budget, and the resolution for those funds. As far as budget's concerned, that's why I'm bringing up those highlights as far as FY closeouts. Right now, we're on a continuing resolution until December. We have not received any new funds for FY '22. As far as funding concerns are as well, burial funds, we did fully expend all those funds. And just to let you know, as of end of close of fiscal year '22, the denials will be going out just due to the fact that we don't have funds. And we did speak with, since Carl Ann is the main one we work with here for Rosebud Funeral Home. So we've been working with her to let her know and making sure that the communication there stays open. Let's see, budget.
Jolene, you have a
Yes.
comment? Russell needs a question or comment?
Yeah, going back to, since you didn't receive any funding yet,
Uh-huh.
you're gonna go out, let's say there's debt. You're gonna do a rejection letter? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes. Before, back in the fall, Carl Ann was taking a lot of the services, even though there was no funds and we were waiting for additional funds to come through the program. She was calling daily because she had a huge debt. And so to get caught up and to get those funds sent to her for past burials, rather than increasing that debt, that we paid that off. And we did indicate to her that that's how we're going to work things, because then folks can go from the bureau then to the tribe. And I did speak with social services in the burial program with the tribe and talked with her, and we worked that out, because a lot of those deaths were COVID related, majority of them. So it fell under the COVID funds. But they do have 30 days to object in the letter that they receive if they are denied. But right now, we don't know when those funds are going to be put in. They let us know, and then we wait probably another 2-3 more weeks, and then the funds are put in there. But right now, we did expend all our funds and did emergency assistance up until the end of our funding. And this is just something we did correspond and communicate with Carl Ann, and that's just how we've been working since, to get caught up with her, because she was using a lot of out-of-pocket funding for herself.
Well, aren't we putting her in the same boat again? If you have a rejection letter from somebody, I mean, the family at the time
I know.
probably,
I know.
they're wanting something.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have a 30-day appeal process,
Mm-hmm.
And granted, they may stand by their decision.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of puts the tribe in a position.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, the whole process, I know you guys operate on your CFRs, but
Mm-hmm.
and I'm hoping and praying that we don't have any debt,
Mm-hmm.
or not at all.
Yes.
And that's kind of my thing, but we do rely on the BIA, and it seemed like because of ARPA funds, you know, we're fortunate
Mm-hmm.
that we had to, as a matter of fact, I hear that toward the end of the fiscal year, we had to cover
Quite a bit.
funding.
Yeah.
But there's got to come a time where your people need to expedite that process. And, you know, when it comes to death, it's really important to those individuals that are having a hard time and dealing with a relative's death. So I know your report kind of bothers me. I know you have contact with our local mortuary service, but we shouldn't. I mean, it's like an excuse that we're making right now. Well, you know, if you lose a loved one, we're going to send you a letter of denial, and you can object to that in 30 days. You know, it goes through the process. It's hard to comprehend that philosophy. I mean, somewhere along the line, I think the Bureau needs to grant it. You know, they gave us some money for some of our grants, which is beneficial. But on the other hand, in time of death, you know, that's it can get complicated. And I really don't see that. What do you guys do to talk about that among your higher ups? How do you handle that? What is your letter? Where are your concerns? Are you sending up the chain of command? Are you guys doing that or what? I don't know.
Yes. It was brought up. We did have our regional superintendents and regional branch meeting the week of September 18th. It was about 3 weeks ago now. And the budget was a big topic. And I do hear your concern, and it's a concern of mine. You know, however, being, you know, 3 months in debt with Carland and other funeral homes, and that adds up, and having us wait and just wait for funding to come through and hit our system. You know, and then possibly having a shortfall. We did just go through end of 2022, we had to go in and update FY21 and then FY22 as far as having a deficit in 22. So as far as budget's concerned, in order to handle it in a manner to where, you know, when we get the funds to be able to cover it, because we can't transfer funds from one account to the other. You know, if there's a shortfall and we have money, say in executive direction, we can't say, okay, well, we have money here, we're going to put it in burial, you know. So, you know, that type of transaction, we're not allowed to. However, you know, it was made very apparent up there. I know other tribes had the same concern when we were up there, because we did have a tribal leadership discussion and all the other tribes were there. So it's just across the board. It's just burial is not given as much allocation as it should. You know, we wait for what's granted to us. This year we spent about $318,000. That was allocated over 3 allotments over the course of the fiscal year 2022. So, and then we did the emergency assistance funds to those folks that came in and needed that. Right now, you know, as a tribe, you know, you can go and, you know, lobby for more funding for a streamlined process as well. You know, we can't do any type of lobbying at that level, but we can continue to make the statement to our regional director, and then he takes it up from there to central office. So I know it's a great concern, and I hear your concern because we deal directly with the families. We deal directly with, I mean, I have to sign the letters. I review the paperwork that's sent, the packet. And I know and I feel for those families, especially if it's a tragic, passing. So I understand that. However, from my point, as far as being the fiscal entity, we have to manage it in a manner to where we're not really, going into debt. I mean, we can have this conversation too and see what Carl and, and how we can work with the tribal program too. But it's been working. I haven't heard anything from the tribal end as far as it being an issue. I know on your end, you do pay it out of your tribal funding budget. But as far as working with the director, she hasn't said anything to me. We did talk about this process with Carl Ann. So I know I feel you, but from my end, we're waiting. We're waiting for a budget, and the budget comes in like increments of 60,000. 60,000 is not going to go very far, or 40,000. Last time it was 30,000 and 60, and then I think it was another 40,000. So, I mean, I know, I hear your concern. We're in a budget crunch, and right now we're in a continuing resolution. If we can sit down and figure out another solution, or, I can work to see if we go back to that, if we go back to approving without money, I've got to check our fiscal policies to see how far in debt we can go. But Carl Ann will be waiting again. She'll be waiting until we get our money, which could be today. It could be a month from now. It could be January. It could be, it's, I'm sorry. I mean, I expressed that to them as well. I mean, we have our meetings, our monthly calls with that office.
The government has a way of following their policies, especially in terms of, you just mentioned it, where we need to lobby Congress, for additional funds. But in your hierarchy, there should be a system in place. Death is very, it's not important to anyone, but it is to individual families. And I recognize that, and I see it on a daily basis. And I think we should have a system in place where, instead of this denial letter, we should be able to do something. There should be a system in place with the tribe. I mean, it kind of bothers me.
Yeah.
And I don't like the answers that we get because of your hierarchy. But there's something that we need to do. Maybe that's something we need to express to your boss. You're their big boss.
Yes.
Maybe that's something, and we are going to have some position papers developed here in the next few days, just to hand it to her. But it's really hard. I mean, it's hard to say no.
Yes.
Especially when there's death involved. And, we're caught up into the system right now, and we allow it to happen.
Yes.
And you guys allow it to happen because you're the ones that doing the rejections. So it just kind of bothers me. And I don't want to, take you away from your regular report here, but I just question that because of the importance.
Yes.
To me, there's nothing that can replace death itself. And, a lot of our people are leaving us. And they're related to somebody. and they may be related to me, so that makes it my concern. I just wanted to share that with you. I think you guys need to really sit down among yourselves and revamp some of your priorities. That was a concern when you mentioned it, and it's still going to be a concern down the road.
It is a concern, a daily concern for us, because like I said, I'm the one that we review the whole application. We review all the documents that the family comes in and we just don't have the budget right now. We have a zero budget in that allocation. You know, I would bring that up to her, maybe streamline it, because we do follow the CFR under burial, which is in the Code of Federal Regulations that states, you know, that process. It's just, we're waiting on a continuing resolution now, unfortunately. So, no, I hear you. I hear you. I hear your concern.
Question from Cher. Joanne, before we get to Cher, how do you guys report your shortfalls for the tribe? Is it through the accountability office, or how do you do that? As a part of your reporting, your annual reporting?
Yes.
And has the burial shortfall been reported in every report that you guys have submitted? So just wanted, just for the council knowledge, that's how you report it?
Yes, every week we do give a weekly highlight report to the regional director on all the different projects, the funding requests that come through the various offices, the different reports as far as, you know, funding requests, and then the shortfalls, and then just what we're dealing with on a daily, weekly basis. So out of an entire fiscal year, we report and give him updates every Friday of our highlights, and that's always included. So that's how we keep track. So
I know there's a report that you do annually that usually goes to TBAC. I mean, for tribes to use as far as going in and lobbying for money, extra money, and when they go to the TBAC meeting. Is that still happening? Is that report provided to the council people to do their lobbying for their requests for more money for different things that have shortfalls? Is that being done, or is that am I telling it right?
Yes, you are. We just did our final year-end assessment that was due on Monday this week. So that has all the different elements, either achievements and then shortfalls. So they will get all that. He'll get all that, and then it'll come out in the regional report under Rosebud agency.
Okay. And
so then that will be sent out to the tribes.
Those are sent off to the tribes.
Yeah, for Great Plains region. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So.
Sure.
Hi, Jolene. Thank you. Good to see you. I guess I just had a few questions and a few clarifying questions. Did you say that you guys did 350,000 in burial last year?
Yes.
Okay. And then I remember Francine Fast Horse came down and kind of gave us a brief explanation about how that funding is sourced for burial, but we have new council people here. Would you be willing to explain that to us today and how it differs? Because one of the questions that keeps coming up from community members is, when you have inactive positions, why aren't you able to reallocate that funding to specific areas of need like the burial program? So if you could explain that, that would be appreciated. And I guess the last question that I have is in regards to the burials, and I know that the BIA recently has a $10,000 daily spending limit when it comes to procurement.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think there could be some separate policy push in this area, or even where a tribe like us has a trend of such a high death rate, where we could have the BIA issue out like a RFP to a specific business like homes, or other businesses that, you know, you work with to get a better price, or to get, you know, burial packages actually set up so that it's more affordable, and that we're not going over our spending limit, and we can anticipate and plan for that. I mean, I know you can never really plan for death, but you know, right now the baby boomers are a lot of the people that are passing away. So we are going to continue to see high death rates because of the baby boomers. And I just think to be prepared and plan for that. I know I said that was my last question, but the very, very last question I have in this area is, as far as, you know, the having to issue letters of request, who would the proper agency or person be for us to lobby to? Because that funding source, where it comes from.
I would say it would come from the region. You know, right now, and just to give you an update too, the regional level of staffing is very limited too. Just our branch managers, and I just found that out. So I got to go up there and I got to see and meet the folks for the first time up there. I actually got to put names with faces and talk with them about the different programs here with Rosebud, and share our concerns here. I know this is hard. I mean, this is a hard topic as far as, you know, advocating for funding. It would just be the regional, then he would bring it up with central office. But as far as lobbying, I can get you that information specifically, but it would be with Indian Affairs, with the Bureau. You know, and you've got.
But you don't have a specific name?
I don't have the name of that main person.
No, that's fine.
I just have our regional level because that's who we report to.
Okay.
And then we make that request to Mr. LaPointe, and then Mr. LaPointe will. So right now, we have until December before all the funding's swept, or if we don't use it here at the agency level, then it'll be swept to the regional level. And at that point, you know, a lot of different funding requests that the tribes throughout Great Plains have asked for, from water to, you know, to maybe possibly burial, all of that will be then prioritized and ranked, and then he'll divvy out those one-time funding requests. But as far as our funding, we've kept it all here. We've allocated and used all the funding here. And that was the one where I said we needed resolutions, a couple of them. There was 150,000. So that's coming directly back to 2 tribal programs.
Okay.
So we do have calls, and we do make that clear. And our regional folks that we deal with, they know what we're dealing with. And like I said, we communicate with Carl Ann, and she's been very great at working with us, because we did have that shortfall in FY21. And then we had this last burial that came through right at the end of September. And that was our last one. And we were going to be short, I think it was like $500, like $488. And she just said she'd waive that. So as long as we can communicate with her and talk with her, she's very willing to to work with her on that. But yeah, I know. Like I said, I see the whole applicant. I've got to review it. I've got to sign off on it and make sure that, you know, we're in the right to make that denial, and then it, you know, goes forward and comes here to the tribe.
Okay. Because the shortfalls that the Bureau has, we have to supplement that as a tribe, and we had a severe budget cut this year. So that's just such a high concern, and we really need to take into consideration practically everybody who is passing away. It's coming from the effects of COVID. It truly is, because their underlying conditions have worsened. So if they have kidney failure, liver failure, you know, cancer, any lung issues, all of that is heightened because of COVID. So
Yeah, and it, like you said, I'm sorry to interrupt, but COVID, you know, recently we did have a few youth deaths. And so that was really heartbreaking. So I just wanted to let you know and let council know that we deal with all of it, all the burial applications that do come in. It may have been COVID related on those other two, but may not have.
yeah,
It's heartbreaking.
it is. I really am just, you know, here asking you these questions from a place of like cooperation, support, and you know, information, because I understand from watching council years after year with the superintendent, it seems like your all's hands are tied and you're basically dictated to by the regional office, and the regional office maybe should start coming quarterly. That would be nice if they'd come quarterly. But I would like for us to participate together in some efforts moving forward to really increase this funding amount. And if we need to explore burial insurance for our people, what that would look like, because we can't be dealing with this every year. And we're dealing with it every single year. So I do also would like to say to your business manager, if you could pass this message on, and maybe for the tribe as well, when you all visit with Carl-Ann, if you all could let her know not to address her concerns of non-payment of the tribe with mourning family members. I keep getting calls from family members saying, is my family member going to get buried? We're up here with Carl-Ann. She's saying the tribe didn't pay her. I'm sure that she's waiting a long time for payment, and that's unfortunate. And I'm grateful for her for being patient with the tribe. But family members that just lost a loved one don't need to hear that. If she can be given the proper phone numbers to call for the people that she can issue her concerns to, that would be really appreciated. Just before you forget, if you could explain where the funding source comes from and why we can't reallocate that funding when there's like an open position. If you could explain that to the rest of council, please.
So the funding does come through,
Just one more on this topic, and it's serious. But,
it is.
maybe any kind of correspondence that you had with your higher ups, like you mentioned, on burial, can you give us copies of those before Friday? When is that meeting? Friday, right?
It's at 10 o'clock on Friday. It's our Great Plains Chairman's meeting and council. The last time the Secretary of Interior came down, we did have a letter for her on our needs, and that burial was in there as far as our needs and underfunding of our, basically we labeled it as we couldn't afford to die here on a reservation because we didn't have enough money to bury members. So she did respond back to it, but it's always back to a legislative fix as far as Congress allowing more money to be able to get to the tribes. So it always leads back to that. So I recommend that we probably need to start lobbying our Congress and our senators as far as getting more money. So
yeah,
But there could be fits
sure
in the infrastructure
right
of the Bureau of Indian Affairs.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'm not going to get into that whole scenario, but, you know, the amount of monies that the Bureau gets, you know, I mean, to me, the Bureau, the main function is for them to return some money that they didn't expend. I mean, that's their whole purpose, to make themselves look good. I mean, I shouldn't say this, but basically that's what it ends up to. but I would like to see some documents back to us so that we can kind of
The
talk
statistics.
to the higher up, to the Secretary of Interior, because, you know, on a local level,
Mhm.
especially me, you know, it's important to me.
Yes.
Because I deal with it on a daily basis.
Mhm. Yes. Um, so to go back to your question, it falls under social services, it's under burial, and there's emergency assistance, and then IIM, that's the Indian individual their money accounts. I'll go ahead and send you what's recent in the current CFR as far as how you may review the language and see how you would want to look at lobbying to maybe change that. So I can go ahead and send that to you all as far as council's concerned. And we do have the statistics because this happened at the end of second quarter where we were waiting for third quarter to come out. I guess it's been happening. So we do have the statistics of those that did qualify that I did bring up with council at that time as well, that were denied because we didn't have funding and that we were still waiting on the funding to pay for the current budget that we owed to Carl Ann and the other funeral homes. So, we did have about 318,000 for this fiscal year, but I'll go ahead and get that total amount for how many burials were approved and paid for out of the burial funds, and then those that hit that mark, and then the same mark where we're at right now because of we don't have funds and we're still waiting on funds. So I'll get those statistics so that you can share with Madam Secretary Holland. Okay. And I'll go ahead and send that information out to you all. I think one of my recommendations as far as looking at lobbying aspects would be that this funding, if it's going through the fiscal year budget, that this be a priority among all of the others so that it hits our system, our accounting system. Because I have to go in and once we approve a burial, all that data is put into the FAST CMS system. And at that point, we wait for the invoice. That invoice comes in, I'll go in there and I'll approve it. And then it's sent directly to the funeral home that we have on file, like a debit. So it's just sent directly to the funeral home to pay for the services. So that's how it works from my end as far as going into the system. And then we have folks that put it in, our staff that puts it in at the agency level. And then we work with Carl Ann. So that would be my recommendation to see if that's the main priority so that when the fiscal year monies hit FBMS, which is our financial system, then it goes directly into that account. So then we can see it because we can see the total, just like a bank account. Basically, it's our bank, our account. So then we see what we paid out and then what our balance is. So we can see that from our end locally. So, but I'll go ahead and send that to you and get that information with the data as well into that whole, I can do that before today's end. Any other questions? I know that's a hard topic. Burial is it's a lot to deal with, and especially that type of financial burden. And the families that do come in, you know, my staff that work with them directly and take their information and they fill out the documents. But I think the communication between myself, the funeral homes, and the tribal offices here has been working out. And we've been getting it out a lot quicker. So, and then the turnaround, if there's an issue, then it comes back to me directly and we deal with it right away. So it's been working since we kind of streamlined a lot of it and then just updated the communication. Thank you. So, Yes, yes. And to me, in a fiscal year for an entire tribe, 300,000 is not nearly enough at all. It's not enough. And I'm sure because I think I did hear last year you spent 1.2, like almost about $1 million just on burial. So, that's a lot. It's a lot. And, you know, I know we're still going through the pandemic, and I know, like you indicated, there's still issues there, but you know, it's hitting elder and I think our youth as well. So, any more questions on burial?
Go ahead.
Good morning. I guess one of the questions I have is, if you don't have any money, are you still having the people fill out them applications for services?
Yes.
And you tell them that you don't have no money?
They receive a denial letter and it states what it is. And then at the bottom, there's a statement saying they have 30 days, at which time we do share with the tribe. And so then they come here for assistance, for burial assistance.
So that letter is given to them immediately, even though they have to fill out an application?
No, we check their status. We still have to take the incoming application like it's any application. So we go check their financial status. We check, you know, where their income is, because it's also based on income. So if it's a denial letter, it could be based on income, where it's too much, they earn too much, or it's based on that they don't live within the boundaries of the reservation and they're asking for assistance. So it may not be that it's just that we don't have funding. It may not be that they don't qualify for the funds under the burial program.
So I guess at that moment, is that when they're told that the Bureau can't help them?
Yes, because we go through our due diligence to find out if they qualify, and then they'll be notified, because that form does
What's the
indicate.
next step that they do after they get done with that with you?
We share that.
What is the tribal members' next step? Is it to exactly come to the tribe and ask for that help, or who? I guess I want to know what happens to a tribal member when they are either denied or there's no money within the Bureau. What happens to that family member, or what happens to the tribal members?
We send them.
You can explain that process to me. I heard what you have to say, but I'm asking, you know, anybody in this room. Do any of you guys know what happens when a tribal member passes and they get denied from the Bureau?
Yes. Yes.
But does social services pay the full amount?
They pay what, 1,500?
They paid you guys allocated money for them to supplement what they had already got. It's up to the tribe to pay the rest of it. So we've been paying for the burial. She's right. We paid probably about $1.2 million in burial, last year. And we average about 400 deaths a year. So there's no way we can even keep up with that amount. So we're going to have to do some real meaningful lobbying to our people to get some answers, because I don't know how long we can pay for that. So, yeah.
So what happens with Carl Ann when she can't financially pay for a casket, and she blames the tribe and says that the tribe owes her money? Where are we at financially with every new fiscal year that comes? I mean, are we on it, or?
I don't believe that we have a problem paying her now. We've been paying her. That's another discussion for social services, I believe, but I haven't any complaints that she hasn't been paid.
Well, I got one in my inbox here. It says we owe her over $1 million.
I don't know anything about that. You guys are gonna have to talk about that in social services.
Well, I think that, you know, and I could be wrong, but I myself, my understanding of the Bureau is for technical assistance to the tribe. Is that correct? So these people who are employed within the Bureau, they're supposed to give our tribal members technical assistance on how to proceed with doing things, correct?
Are you asking me or are you asking the?
Well,
Yes.
you're the Bureau, so I'll ask you.
Yes. Yes. And we have been providing that technical assistance by filling out the application, seeing if they qualify, and if, say they came in that morning and we got funds that afternoon, then we would be able to verify their income information, verify their application. And at that point, if they are approved, then they would be paid, it would be paid for. But because we're at this point, we're end of fiscal year 22, we have no funding, we spent it all. We're now waiting for FY 23, which is a continuing resolution. We won't know what we'll be getting with the first allocation of funding once it hits the system. However, we have been working directly with WILDA so that the family has a response right away, and we take care of it right away so that they can go look for other funding right away, so that they can pay for it as soon as they can.
Not
But
looking at just burial assistance. I'm talking about overall, the Bureau's responsibility is technical assistance to the tribal membership. So with that, how many positions do you have within our local Bureau? How many positions do you carry, and how many of them provide actual technical assistance to our tribal membership?
we have 35 employees that are staffed in each of the, under the different branches, and they all provide technical assistance on all different types of matters. So if we have somebody coming in to look at a map for a home site lease, we have Realty Arrange working with them. If it's a lockbox issue, they work with Realty. If it's a probate issue, they deal with probate, with their deeds, their wills, those documents. If it's for a burial, we sit down with them and we do an intake, and we have helped them fill out the application.
You've said that several times.
Yes.
So I guess looking at a lot of the positions, there's 35 positions. How many of those are filled positions that actually go out on behalf of the tribe?
That conduct field visits. So there's fire, range, realty, probate if necessary. They'll go out and do different. My staff. I would say 35 all do technical assistance as far as having clients that come out.
They do all go out to the field, all 35.
Depending on the project. I mean, it depends, seriously. Andy works with 638 contracts. If we asked her to go out and check out, a project site and make sure that, the project scope of work, the budget is all in line, then she'll go do that. If, Ira's been doing a lot at Peshla, range has been up at Peshla as well, along with going out and making sure compliance, herding goats, technical assistance at that level. We're all out there. Fire, of course, they're always out in the field. We've got them, doing investigations on fire, going out there. We've got questions still on the SF fire where folks are asking if we have the final report so that they can maybe try to do an insurance claim. Yes, we do technical. Myself, I've been out in the field a lot, working with staff. I was just up in Ideal. We had an issue there in the community. I was there to assist solo to deal with that issue along with my range techs. So we all go out in the field if necessary. Yes.
Okay. So looking at St. Francis Fire, you reminded me of that. I do remember my colleague, Mr. Kragel, had asked if the people who were keeping firefighters fed and water, whatever, if they would be able to be compensated under that. Have you ever gotten a response back on that?
It's a report in progress. We still are working with TIPO. We're working with Water Resources, with the Tribal TIPO program, Tribal Resources, going out there and doing more field work and verifying the information. We have 1 year for that report to close. Right now, because of TIPO and Water Resources and working with their schedules, and getting all the maps and stuff updated, if they have broken hydrants, take for example, or that we need to do more GS mapping, and there was a site that like some of the burials up there during the fire may have been affected, and we need to get fence posts, we need to get materials to fix and kind of go in there and do some minor work. All of those charges can be posted to that fire open account, and so we're still collecting all the information. And that's going to be a big, big, big packet. And I just saw an email though that account is now paying, they just paid the Rosebud VFDs. So all of that, like I said, it's still being paid out. And once we get all the information from all the tribal programs, from all the, folks that work, we do have those invoices from both the communities, from St. Francis and Grass Mountain, all of that, from the helicopters to a fence posts. It has to be one big packet. So that has to all be submitted and submitted under that fire code. So that's still being combined and collected. Once that's done, then not quite sure if that's shared with the tribe, that final report, the fire report, because right now it's preliminary because we're still collecting all the tribal information and getting all that documentation.
Yes, still there.
So
still working in that direction. We'll be out compensated with the fields.
Yeah.
So the report, when it's finalized, will come to the tribe.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And that will include everything, all the budget, everything.
Oh, sorry about that.
No, that's okay.
Over you.
Just kind of glad that you brought up the fire, and thank you for coming. I've been asking all summer, but wasn't getting a full report on it. Are individuals allowed to submit for this big old package that you talk about, the fire open account?
I'm really glad you brought that up, because right now, I think one of the big questions that will come before, and Land and Natural will probably have to review this, is I'd like to work towards getting an agreement in place between the tribe and the Bureau, so that when stuff like this, when this happens, because we've been, like today is a red flag day. It's a high fire day today because of the winds. Even though it's cool out, there's still, it's high fire danger. So that those folks we can work with to get them, especially like the folks that helped with the grader work, that was really helpful. Make sure that they have the right forms and vendor forms, and so that once this all close out, they can just, submit it and get paid for it. Because we have documents under
So I understand that.
So yeah.
You talked about water resources.
Yeah.
But I'm
But yeah,
talking specifically about individuals that were affected. Not only in my community, but Grass Mountain and Two Strike community members. So I just was wondering if they're able to submit something for your fire package, your fire open account package that you.
So yeah.
For property damage, there was property damage done to households in my community, and also Two Strike community all along the ledge there. There was siding that was melted off of some homes. There was a car that burnt, sheds that burnt. So, I mean, there was property damage. That's why I was just curious if individual tribal members are able to submit for this as well.
I think it's a complex question, but I think that if we fell under that, so that agreement would be in place so that that can happen at the same time, we did go out and Bert did investigate some of those homes that did call in and said that, you know, there was this and this that was done. So he did go out there and talk to them. So if you can recommend to those folks to give Bert a call and he can go out there. Yes, because I know there's a few folks, and I did talk to her, and he went out there to look at it, so.
You just make the contact.
Yeah, just have Bert go out there, because he knows, because he's the investigator. He's actually out at Crow Creek. They had a fire over the weekend, so he's over there investigating their fire.
So then they talk to him, and then you guys decide whether or not
No,
you can put
there's.
it in there, or?
Okay, so fire has all these documents that we have to fill out, and depending on the type of, I guess, damage, it would fit under one of those documents, because we do have a folder like that thick of just timesheets to equipment to everything. So if it could fall under one of those, they could fill it out and we could submit it and see where it goes. But yes.
Thank you.
Dean, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I
Dean,
just might be
I was
able to
just gonna say.
clarify that a little bit more for you, Ray. Probably on the individual basis, we're talking citing and things like that. That's more probably of a personal insurance claim, yourself, or taking the report that's going to be done and possibly then filing in civil action against the cause of the fire.
The cause of fire, yeah.
Thank you for the information. You talked about the individual filing. Has Earl thought about litigation, I guess, against any utility company or whatever may have caused it?
I don't want to, right now we're just getting all the information, and then we'll submit it. And yes, at the region, I've talked about it with my superiors regarding that and going after in that venue, but it's on our end, the agency's end, to just make sure that we've gotten everything and collected everything. So that's what we're doing right now, is just making sure we're getting all the invoices, all the damage, all that information is put into the report, so that when we submit it and we close that out, then at that point at the regional level, once they get it at the fire branch office, then from there, natural resources will then work with solicitor's office to take that route. Okay, for reimbursement. So that's why we're trying to make sure we do our due diligence on our side to make sure that we're working with the tribal programs. If there's like I said, hydrant, if any of our engines that were working the fire went down there and they broke a valve or something, then we're working with Mr. Clome to make sure that he lets us know so that we can charge it to the fire. Or like I said, the fence posts, and Range and Realty have been going out there quite a bit. And we just did the strike team, and they noticed some more information out, or noticed some more stuff out there. So we're doing trying to do our work.
Thank you.
Before it gets really cold. You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Jolene, I know we had you on the floor for about an hour now or more, so.
Just the update on our vacancies, I did receive an HR notification that the deputy program manager, they were sent a tentative offer. So we're waiting a response on that through HR. So hopefully that will be filled soon. I did send out this morning, the 2 forestry technician positions are again open. We just did the fire monthly FMO call this morning, and we did note that those were out again. So if you have anyone that would be interested in applying to those positions in any of your communities, please have them go on to usajobs.gov or .gov, I think it is. And a quick note, the Rosebud pilot project, we did have quite a few folks from central office and the Albuquerque office come out, and we're moving forward on that. And just to let you know, Councilwoman Right Plank. That project, and I believe you were in the meeting too, right, with the Rosebud pilot project? So we're working, remember we had talked about 3, we're down to 2 because of high cost of everything, but I think that we're moving further ahead, so I think that that's going to be a good project to show Great Plains region that we can utilize HIP funding and, you know, the other funding to collate and get new housing, especially in an area where like here, where we can go in there, clean it up, or put homes in vacant lots that will then eventually be turned back over to the tribe from the Bureau. One of the things that there is a turnover with staff up at the branch level. So we got this new engineer who's going to be working with us, and he's really, I think we may be moving towards a governor's home. But just to let you know that when central office was here, they really were impressed with that type of project to look at collating the funds. So this project being a pilot project may be something that other tribes may be looking at to do. So I thought that was really great, that we're moving in that direction, especially with HIP funds. I know that the tribe did receive quite a bit of funding with HIP funds.
Is the governor's home still a 2-year wait?
Crow Creek so they gave an update. Crow Creek did do an RFP, and the bad thing about that is that they started out about 30,000 because it's more of a manufactured home. Now they jump between 60 and 90. That's why we're looking at our budget and thought, well, we've got 3 on this list, but now we're going to probably just be able to fund 2. But then we got to do the demo first, the environmental. And right now, looking at that, it would just be wise to just demo and have that funding be there, do that, and then get the governor's homes in those 2 areas. So, but we got some high praise from central office on that. We did walk around over here that day. So.
RFP for those homes.
Yeah, so that's the new engineer is going to be working on that, and he's got a lot of experience on that end. So I think we're going to move a lot further with him. But one of the things I think
Manufacturing facility here.
yeah, that would be great. I believe for the month of September, it was busy. We do have an update. Do you want to give them an update on the feedback we got from the regional office on the range? Real quick, since we have your attention.
Council, just a little update. I'm sure some of you may have been receiving calls about the range program and the modifications that were mailed out. We do a market study every year, and it's usually done by the 1st of August. And at that time, the rate is set for the lottees that have lands within the range unit system. And last fall, it was appealed and was sent to the solicitors, and it was upheld. So that rate is $22.13 in AUM. That is going to be the rate for the 2022 grazing season and also the 23 grazing season. We just received the market study for this year, and the rate is going to remain the same at that $22.13. And bills will be sent out on the 15th later on this week. And the payments are due on December 1st, so individual lottees will receive their money by Christmas time. So that was just the update on that, and I also will be reporting it to the Land and Natural Committee of the rate for the 2023 grazing season. Thank you.
I believe, do you have any updates? We gave an update to Land and Natural.
Yeah, I guess. And more community and council, I guess, unless they wanted to talk more about the fire that we had there at SF's, the salvage operation. So other than that, we'll just.
Okay, okay. Other than that, I believe like I said, we're still in fire danger, even though it's getting hot, cold, and then we're gonna be into the winter from fall to winter. So, be mindful. Smokey the Bear says about, forest fires. We've been, I really commend our fire staff. They do a lot. And hopefully we'll get 2 others. And as you know, that we did have the FMO leave. He's now up in Alaska, so working with Bureau of Land Management. So if you have any folks that may be interested in the FMO position, it'll be getting posted soon. Hopefully, we're working with the regional office to do an updated job assessment. So that's going to be forthcoming. So if you have folks that could apply. But I really do appreciate your time today. I know these are just the highlights I wanted to make sure that you all were aware of. We have been working a lot to close out the different contracts we do have. I know Andy up in Indian Services has been doing a lot with not just getting our funds out, but working and helping other agencies to get their funds out as well. So I just wanted to make that note that the staff there at the agency are doing a great job, a really excellent job. So
We have a couple more questions, and I think we can let you go after that.
Okay.
Just a quick question on the,
Micah? And
just a quick question on the roads department roof replacement. It seems like there's been no updates every month on it. It seems like since I've been on council, there's been not an update. So I was curious where it's standing with the, on your report here, assisting with roads roof replacement. No updates this month. And then below it says Rosebud Agency roof replacement construction. So that's in the progress of being replaced. I don't know what page it is. Page 3.
Page 3, okay, yeah. So the roofs replacement, we did send a letter to the tribe, and the tribe, we asked if the tribe was able to provide a project manager to oversee it, since it was 638 contracted to the tribe. And then
I believe there was a motion by council to not accept the money, send it back because it wasn't enough. And I think
Yeah.
that's where we stopped the process, but we are including the roads department as far as a new building for them through the 105 leasing. So I think that's where we're gonna go with it, but we're still, I don't know if we can still repair that over there with the money that was allowed for us to repair it with. There's not even quite enough money to do that. So I think the council decided that if we can't get it done all at once, and we just give the money back and wait, I guess. I'm not sure what the council wants to do.
yeah, and I know that I did talk to Mr. Hawkes with SRD, and he had indicated that they asked your local construction company to do an assessment. They did. So I think with that and the resolution, because we did talk about it recently, getting all that back and then bringing it back to us, and then we can look at seeing how we can get additional funding.
Just for the council's information, that levy that we hired from Kiva Institute as far as the 105 leasing, they are going through that process, and they're down here, they're starting their assessments and their design process, so it will get done.
Yeah.
They'll eventually get a new building.
Yes, definitely. It needs a new building.
Jalen, so my question is, is there any type of communication between BIA and like the FSA and our CS office? And the reason I ask is because in your report, our region is declared a D1 and D2 drought, which is moderate and severe, but according to those agencies, our farmers and ranchers can't gain federal assistance because Todd County isn't declared a drought area. So is there any communication between BIA and those agencies to work together on that or to share information?
Ira, did you hear that?
Yeah,
Because I know we've been dealing with a lot with ranch and range.
basically didn't get declared because of the little bit of rains that we got, kept it right on the line within Todd County, so.
And I don't know if Russell and Wayne, because I'm not completely well versed in that, but just what I've been asked and what's been told to me by operators is that because we don't have like a designated person or persons to report that daily or weekly, however that works for those agencies, that's why Todd County hasn't been declared a drought site.
Your question, part of it is we do use that USDA drought monitor. The whole state basically uses that, and that you're right about the monitoring of our reporting.
Yeah.
And the reporting of the weather, whether it be rain or whatever it may be, that affects that drought monitor. Is we did have a meeting with the Solo office this past week, and we've been working through Land and Natural to come up with a drought management plan. And that question did come up about monitoring or who reports that. And we are looking into seeing actual what reports are being sent to that, because I believe there are 2 reporting stations here on the reservation right now that does collect the weather. There's 2 weather stations, I guess, rather than individuals. There's 2 weather stations that collect the data that's sent in that helps with that. But yeah, it's been a question lately because of the funding and programs that come through USDA, where Todd County is kind of being left out, where all the counties around us are eligible for them programs. So we did start the meetings through Land and Natural, and hopefully we can come up with a solution as far as the reporting goes, so we get more reports that affect that monitor. But the question about do we use that? Yes, we do use the drought monitor that's through USDA as well, but you're right, I think it's just more reporting that needs to be done.
Okay, thank you, Sunny.
Yeah, and or adding more weather stations. That would be another aspect to assist the tribe to look at other areas as well. And then on top of that, tribal, if the tribe has a emergency drought declaration and or resolution that the tribe has ever had or put forward, because then that looks at the other funding too.
Yeah, there was one on December 27th of 2021.
2021, okay.
I have a copy of that.
Oh, I'd like to get a copy of that then.
Sharon, did you have a comment?
I did. I just wanted to kind of add on to what Micah was saying too. One of the things that the drought monitor does not consider is our wind. And we could get, 3 inches of rain, and the high winds that we get here can come in and just dry that out really quick. Through some of our discussions with USDA, that's something that this tribe requested that they start considering. But I think we could take and use other efforts too, like we should have somebody out taking pictures of our lands and of our ranchers, their, sorry, loss of words here, their watering areas. What's that? Yeah, the cattle dams. And to just look at areas like that too, because it not just affects ranchers, producers, but it also affects our wildlife as well. I know that a lot of people had a difficult time finding elk this year. So there's just a lot of things that it affects when we're in a drought and we don't have the ability to try and replenish our land. But the actual questions that I had were for Dean. Dean, 2 months ago, we had a meeting and I requested for the Bureau to host a meeting to bring together the three organizations regarding home site leases and business leases. And I just wanted an update on how that meeting went and if there was any solutions regarding streamlining the process for home sites, business sites.
We haven't done the meeting yet.
Okay. All right. I was almost pouting because I was like, I thought I said for him to invite me. I didn't get invited.
Just something I'm trying to hopefully get to yet this fall, this winter. I mean, it's just been tough with the summer season right now, so.
Okay.
The meeting times will kind of come together here a little bit once it gets cold and we won't be in the office.
Okay.
Yeah. In that meeting, who would you like, because I know, I attend the TLE meetings. I've been speaking with Solo, then there's Tipo.
Those are the, Solo, Tipo, and the land office, Sichango Oyate land office.
Solo.
Yeah,
Solo,
Solo,
okay.
Solo, Tipo, and TLE.
And TLE, okay. So I'm going to be meeting with Paula tomorrow. So she's coming down to my office, and then Tipo, okay.
Because ideally, what we would like is for a tribal member to be able to come in and pick an area of land and know if it's available or not. And I would really like to see some preliminary work rather than me go in and then have to go get my TIPO study. If TIPO could immediately, if that land has already been surveyed, if there's already a available land, or even if you guys can get ahead of it and work on identifying specific home sites that are available for people. So when they come, you can actually offer them, well, these are sites available. Are you interested in any of these? And they'll be ready to go, if they have existing infrastructure, just so they're identified by what their capability is and how much work it's going to take and funding it's going to take. Because when people want to get a mortgage, some of those things that they need, they're going to have to come quick. Otherwise, that whole underwriting process takes forever, but it really does need to be easier for our people. And everyone always says this, so it might fall on deaf ears, but I hope it doesn't. Vehicles get worn down a lot here, and some people have a hard time even going grocery shopping because they don't have vehicles. And just the way that our communities are set up, it makes it difficult for people to run back and forth from Mission to Rosebud. And I wish, one day, hopefully we'll have one big tribal building with you guys having a floor in it. But right now we don't. So if there's some way where our community members could go to one office and not get the runaround, that's the whole intent of this meeting that I was requesting.
Okay.
And you weren't here at that meeting, so I asked Dean if he could make that happen.
Okay.
Thank you.
And can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead. And then we have Wayne.
Okay, that's a very good point with regards to what you just indicated. And, like I said, we did give 100,000 to TIPO for the mapping project. And that was leftover funding from this year that we had remaining before it would be swept to the regional office. So right now that's on hold, and we need a resolution for that along with a scope of work and a budget from TIPO. And we did have other funding from TIPO. However, as I understand, there was a resolution for this funding, which was 214,000, which was carryover money, that's here. But what I was told and updated with this funding, because we trying to keep track of all the funding and the carryover, is that it was assigned to TIPO through 638. However, there was a resolution indicating that Solo needed the work, but this is, again, was for mapping. Okay. So all the funding that we've been giving and providing for one-time funding has been for your programs to build their mapping system. And one of the things that we've done at our office is to work with both offices, including TLE, is to streamline and get the same GIS information, the system. However, last week at Land and Natural, Paula indicated that their system crashed. So I don't know if this funding is going to be, again, used for, I don't know. But we do need an update. So, that's our goal, is to work with your offices so that we can have one system so that, whatever we have in range and realty, it's transferred over to your system and that it matches. But I know that from our end, we have not received our laptops and our updated system. So we're still waiting on that. And that was a big push that I wanted our staff to get to, so that we can get the updated ARC GIS software, so that all of them have it, and that they're those hard books that can go into the field, because the range is always in the field along with realty. So, but I know at this point that's $314,240 now that we've given to TIPO to focus on mapping.
I've got Wayne before you. Sorry, Sharon.
Quick question. When Sherry was talking about the home sites and whatnot,
Mhm.
they brought to my attention a few Land and Naturals ago. We talked to Dean about who can we start sending people to that are seeking new homes, that can be the person to sign off on their EPA study or whatever it is. It used to be solo, and now Paula doesn't want to sign off on them. So can we send that to our EPA office and have Ivan sign off on those? Because it's holding up people who are getting new homes.
The historic preservation clearance, the ARC clearances.
It's something to do with prime farmland designation and the
Oh,
checklist.
different one.
I got nominated, so.
Oh, okay. Remember, Sherry, remember at our board meeting, Jewel Burnett was talking about that?
Yeah,
Someone to sign off.
I think them are coming to me now. So
Okay.
if anybody, get a hold of me.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Sharon.
Yeah, and
Just for a follow-up for her concern, and I guess ours too, would you follow up with the directors regarding that $314,000 and get an update on where they're at with their GIS mapping system? Thank you.
Anything else, Joanne?
No, not at this point. Just to let you know that Mr. Lapointe will be here, I believe, on Friday for the event on Saturday. I don't know if my office.
Can we get some time with him maybe on a Saturday? Is he gonna be here a Saturday all
Yeah, he said he
day?
was gonna be here. So
We can invite him over. We're supposed to have a meeting with the new director of IHS, so she's gonna give us some time on Saturday. Maybe we can invite him over at the same time.
And at this point, that's all we have. We're just working, doing our priorities and our projects. I think one thing too, just to note, the organizational, and that's going to be a whole probably different sideline topic, but the reorg for the agency, as far as working with especially your natural resources programs, the topic with the mapping and the funding.
Right.
I think that would be a good topic. I don't know which committee that would be, or would it be with full council that we have that discussion? So that was a question for you all as far as what that would be like.
Sure.
But I know with the agency, their organizational chart hasn't been updated since 2009. So it does need that. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
It'll be a busy October, so hopefully.
Yeah, it's Keith's birthday on the 31st.
Oh, Halloween. Well, thank you.
One last comment?
Question with your meeting with Paula, is that going to travel members that set up a meeting with you and that's what we have to do, is that part of that? Or?
Yes, that and some other items, yeah. So, and just to let you know that we are in the office and we're between phase 3 and phase 4 However, we're just taking appointments just because we've had cases where staff have had close contact with COVID. And if they've been in close contact, then to wait a few days, because then they ended up being testing positive. So we've been just doing case by case status, and the regional office is still telework.
Yeah.
So they're full telework. But yeah, it'll be, her and I have a lot to talk about with Paula on few different items. So, but I appreciate your time. I'm glad to be here with everyone. I know I've been on training and still doing trainings and stuff, so now that things are opening, we've been traveling, so thank you, and thank you those online, for those council members that are online.
Council, we, next on agenda, we have, Jolene back there. Hers don't really take a whole lot of time. We have, Melody back there from IHS. Do you wanna listen to Jolene and then maybe take our lunch break? Melody, you think you can come back in an hour? Are you really busy, or can you come back in an hour?
Yeah.
Okay. Skylar, what? Okay.
She's back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, administration and council. Reporting October's figures for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's general account. I have $669,747. For TLE certificates, I have $5,229,996. And for the Indian Land Consolidation Recoup account, I have geez, I can't even say 8 million, 8,841,474,000. Anyone have any questions?
How much money was that again?
For the Ilka recoup account, I know. Took a bit to get that out. But for clarification, I'll say it again, 8,800,041,474,000.
Any questions for Jolene? Thank you, Jolene.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, you guys can make a motion if that's what you
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, send us an email. Thank you.
Thanks for coming over.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jolene, for coming over. Thanks for coming over. Hey, council, we'll take a hour lunch break. Come back at 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock, council.
Oh.
Fremont. Oi, ja, check.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, good afternoon, Tribal Council. It's good to see you all again. Thank you for having me, and here on standby. I also have Callie and Sammy here to respond to any questions that you might have about vaccinations. So since the last time that we met, we've initiated a meeting with the health board. We had our initial meeting a week ago Monday, and going forward, we're set up to meet with the health board every Tuesday at 3:00. One of the initiatives that we're working on right now is community outreach. Working with the tribe, establishing an MOA to work with Skyla and her team. She has a mobile clinic and also 2 other clinics or clinical units that can be towed by a truck that we're going to take a look at and see if we can start taking those out to the community to do some prevention and primary care activities in the community. So I know Callie has a little bit more information about that if you have any questions, but we haven't laid out a firm plan yet, but we are moving in that direction and hope to continue with our discussion this coming Tuesday. I sent a notice to the tribal president, I believe yesterday, and to Skyla. The hospital went through a laboratory joint commission accreditation just about a month and a half ago. We received our final report. We are fully accredited in laboratory for the Joint Commission for another 2 years. One of the items that that you asked about at the last meeting was about having a patient portal.
Melody, Pam has a question.
Yes.
Comment, question?
Thank you, Melody. I guess, can you kind of go into detail exactly what that laboratory joint
Accreditation is?
Yeah, what exactly that is and what that means for our local IHS hospital?
So the laboratory, the Joint Commission laboratory accreditation is something that has been in place with Rosebud Indian Health Service Laboratory for, yes, just keep going, thank you. For a long time, for a number of years. So this was a reaccreditation process. They had a survey, a full survey 2 years ago. So this is a follow-up survey. They go through over 1,000 standards. And when they met with us, we had met all of those standards except for 5. And so with those 5, they were minor. Some of them were policy-related items. We developed and submitted a corrective action plan, and they accepted all of those and then awarded us the full accreditation for lab. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess I just kind of, a lot of people watch our council meetings, and so I just kind of wanted detailed information, like, what exactly it does and stuff. But I mean, like, for me, I understand what you're saying, but for someone out there, I don't know if they're fully understanding what you mean by the 5 things. What were those 5 things that you needed to get corrected? How did that, not having those 5 things, how did it impact with IHS itself as a health service for us?
The Joint Commission puts, that when they develop their standards, they put everything on a risk grid, and any of those 5 items all fell onto the low to the moderate risk. As I mentioned, they were more policy type things. I don't know, Kelly, if you have any other input, but it was really, one of them had to do with the labeling of one of the, of a test. We wanted to make sure that we're labeling all of our tests appropriately. They had come across one where we'd gone through the identification process, but the actual label was missing on the, I believe on they actually observed, a blood draw, I think it was. They observed some type of a draw, and we didn't put the appropriate label on the tube. So, so it was little things like that, but, we looked at everything very, very thoroughly, all of those 5 things. We consulted with our area lab consultant who was here for about 2 days and just went over all of them with a fine tooth comb, just making sure that we're following all of our processes. Let me see if I think I have my notes actually. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So with that, does our laboratory still have one of the only freezers that holds the vaccines? Because I remember there was I don't know how cold those vaccines had to be kept at, but remember we were one that had one of the freezers for it, so that's why we stored some here.
Those are actually stored in our laboratory, and we've got one of the really nice, the big tall freezers for Pfizer. Yes.
So a lot of our equipment inside the laboratory, is it pretty much up to date, and can there be some changes?
We have a process for all of our medical equipment where we they're kept on a master list, and their expiration dates or near end of life dates are kept on, we are tracked, and that's our biomed department helps us monitor that. We're very lucky with some of our COVID and our ARPA funds that we were able to replace a lot of our analyzers and different lab equipment. So right now, I'd say that our lab equipment is up to date. It's has not always been the case. So, and I think I mentioned at the last time I met with you that with the ARPA funds, we also are getting a new CT scanner. So that's in the final acquisition phase right now. So hopefully by next year, well, I had a discussion, and that was going to be part of my update today, but thank you for asking. In fact, when we met with the health board a week ago Monday, I think I talked about it a little bit. So I checked with my colleague at the VA, and he said that right now the agreement is held up on their end and going through their acquisitions phase. But he's staying on top of it for us. So once implemented, the VA will loan us their MRI mobile van. We'll plug it in over at the hospital and be able to do MRIs here. I don't know yet about a schedule. We'll have to take a look at the need to see how many we have referred out. It might be the same van that they use in Pine Ridge, and so work with their schedule as well. So, but I know the VA will be taking it out to the communities too. So they'll be working with the communities to service the veterans. So stay tuned. It's in the works, and a lot of folks are really excited about the MRI, and I have some updates about other specialty clinics here too in just a moment. Any other questions about the laboratory?
Go on to the patient portal.
Yes, so the last time I was here, you asked about my chart. Some of you use my chart if you're going to other health organizations where you can log into your chart and see various things. So, and I told you that we do have that Indian Health Service does have that capability. And so we took this as an opportunity with our patient-centered medical home to re-advertise how patients can access their MyChart. Some of them, if they have a smartphone, they can use the QR code, and that'll if they click on that, it'll take them through the steps on how to get through MyChart. And the steps are there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And to test pilot this, we're actually gonna do a run on Thursday with all of our staff that have a chart at Indian Health Service. And so all of us are gonna be the guinea pigs and see how this works. But in a perfect world, we'll be able to follow these steps and patients be able to access a chart. They can look at things like appointment reminders, X-ray results. You know, there's a list there by number 6, immunizations, their medications, what their goals are. And also, just as a perk, we get a lot of complaints about the direct dial phone number. Again, with a smartphone, if somebody clicks on this QR code, it'll pull up that direct line phone number for patients to call directly.
Go ahead, Ray.
Hi, Melody. Thank you for coming. So this isn't available for people right now to use?
It is.
Oh, it is available?
It is. We're just.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. It's actually been in place for years. And we developed another process so that you can access it with a more up to date using the QR code.
I guess I was just confused when you said that your staff was going to be the pilot, the guinea pigs.
Because hardly anyone has used it.
Okay.
I think, entire Rosebud, there's less than a handful of users that have really signed up to use it.
All right.
So
it was kind of this body that wanted that, and that's what kind of.
Right. So what we're going to make sure, we want to make sure it works for the patients, and then we'll start doing a campaign to get it out there.
Okay. How long do you think that'll take?
Well, we're piloting, we're testing it this week and next week. And so as soon as we make sure that all of this works and it's in place, we'll use social media and get it out there. We'll do a media campaign.
Thank you.
Lisa?
I've had a couple of updates. We did have a good meeting with Kelly and Melody last Monday. And one thing that we did discuss is the community outreach clinics. And what they want to target is like preventative care, refills, possible referrals with telemed through our mobile unit, through health admin. I did have some discussions with Skyla after that meeting, and what we did do at health admin last Thursday, we were looking for places, especially out east, to service patients out that way. So they wouldn't have to drive all this way or go to Wagner. They can get their services through there. So last week at health admin, our health board, we did make a motion to leave the trailer houses in place with health administration until December 31st of 2023. And so what will happen was we'll utilize those trailers, and they'll fall under the ARPA spending, the COBA spending for the use of those trailers. And they could pull up next to it and hook up to the electricity, and they'll already have running water and everything, so they can do community outreach clinics. And so we made that motion. I don't know if I need to recommend that up to council for approval, but we did already act on it at health board. And then, so we're going to start doing that. And I don't know if we started a start date yet on it, or if it's just kind of coming. We're going to have a couple more meetings regarding that. And then we also talked about the MRI unit, the mobile unit, possibly, because, they have a huge mobile unit that comes in from Vera. I don't know if we talked about contracting that or not, but looking into options for bringing that mobile unit in. And then there was one more thing I had with Skyla. Give her the floor. But another thing, could we have Kelly give us an update on the new vaccine and who's, when that's going to go into place and everything? I know there's been a lot of questions on that, especially with the new one coming up.
Kelly, you ready?
Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks for having us here today. I have Sammy Wan with me, so I have put her in charge of the COVID vaccines with the clinics and administration and setting up and everything. I'm still involved, but I have assigned that task to her. So I can have her come up. She has some new updates about the vaccine regarding the monovalent, bivalent, and then the age groups also. So I'll let her speak to that. If there's any questions about anything else with nursing or what's going on at the hospital too, I'd be glad to answer those.
Hello, everybody.
Good afternoon.
So on your question about the new vaccine, Lisa, we have begun the bivalent. We have been doing that since the end of September.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have started the bivalent. We have both of them, the Pfizer and the Moderna. And that is available for anyone 12 years and older. But you have to have finished your primary series. So you had to have gotten your first vaccines. There's no more, I know there's a lot of confusion and questions about booster, if this is a booster. This is considered a booster. But CDC is recommending everyone get the bivalent. There's going to be no more booster 1 or booster 2. Everyone, whether you received booster 1 or booster 2, you can still get the bivalent. You don't have to have finished both of them or even got any of them. You can still get the bivalent as long as you have finished your primary series. And you need to have that 2 months after your last shot.
Ray, go ahead.
How about like if I just had COVID, when can I,
They recommend that you wait
for how long?
3 months.
3 months.
I had somebody text me and they wanted me to ask what the numbers look like for the area as far as positives.
We have, for positives,
Yeah.
this morning, I believe you guys had 19. 12.
Okay. That's total, not new ones. Okay. Okay.
And we also got word today, so the bivalent was only approved for 12 years and older. We got word this morning that 5-year-olds on up can also receive the bivalent. They did approve their bivalent. So once I get staff trained and we get everything updated, we'll begin that bivalent also, once we get it in the system. So for that age group also, they need to finish their primary series. So they need to have those first 2 vaccines, and then 2 months after that, then they can get the bivalent. And if anyone wondering what the bivalent is, it has the first variant of COVID in it, and also the Omicron variant in it. So it has both the variants in it. Somewhat like the flu vaccine. The flu vaccine is a quadrivalent. It has that many 5 different variants in it. So I'm sure as if we get more variants of COVID out, they'll make it a trivalent. So, any other question?
Same thing. You go up there.
Just go up, sign up at registration, get your make sure your information's updated, and then they will send you to where you need to go, whether it be outpatient or upstairs. Make sure you come with your card. And if you don't have your card, please go to medical records and they will print out your immunization record. And then we can print you a new card if you'd like.
If you want to provide the phone number that they can call, if they have questions about it or patient.
Sure, and if any of the people out there have any questions, they can always call myself. And that number is 867, I don't remember my own work number, 891-8733. Or they can call the public health nurses, and that number is 747-0636. And we will be having, public health nursing does have a schedule we're putting together. They are full for October already. because it's flu season. So we're also trying to get the flu vaccine out. So they're setting up community events. They're getting out into like the 20 plexes. We're trying to hit those high risk. They're working with the nursing home. They go out to the adult correction facility, but we will be setting up some community events also come November. So, and they have been out to the schools.
Ray, do you have a question, comment?
Yeah, I just had a question on the, the COVID cases. How much did you say we had?
12.
12? Okay, and it's been a concern of mine for a while, but when you go on the South Dakota portal for COVID, they're always extremely higher than what we're reporting at our local area. So I was just curious why there's a big difference in.
Because we're only documenting what we test. But you have to remember, in the Todd County area, there's a lot of people that go to Mission Medical.
Okay, you just don't get those
that
numbers.
go all over. Like they could go to Winter, but they say they live in Todd County.
Okay.
And all those numbers get reported to state. So that's why there's that difference.
Okay.
So we're only reporting what we test.
Okay.
But there's lots of people that test everywhere else. And since they live here in Todd County, that's why then they get counted in Todd County.
Okay.
Can I say this? So we get a report every Wednesday from state, and anything that we don't get, we usually call those. They give us their names, they give us their addresses, we go see them. So we try to reach out, but sometimes they're like non-tribal members and they don't want to do forms, so that's why they're not on. Right.
So you do get a list every Wednesday?
Every Wednesday they do give us a list.
Okay.
The state. So we just kind of like compare it to what we have. What we don't have, we try to get hold of them, we try to contact them sometimes.
Thank you. Thanks.
So there's always that collaboration between the state. I mean, we're aware, but like she said, you know, a lot of the non-tribal members, they don't want to partake in.
We have Lisa and then Pam.
Just to follow up with Ray, like, you know, when COVID first started, us out East Reservation and Skyla can attest to it, like, my community out there, the number was always off compared to the tribes because a lot of our community members either go to Avera in Gregory or they go to Wagner or they go to Winter when they have COVID and their vaccines are usually at those spots too. So that's why the number variation is always kind of off, especially with out East. So it's not, and it took kind of a while for us to get those straightened out. And I think the only way that we really kind of got a little bit of a more accurate number was when they were calling for the cleaning supplies and the grocery cards. And even then, a lot of them didn't call in, but they were calling in for those services. That's kind of what helped us to kind of get our numbers a little bit accurate, but that's kind of why that big variance is there.
Pam.
I remember ask if the Valiant a live vaccine and can you get a flu and COVID vaccine at the same time?
You can get a flu and a COVID vaccine at the same time.
Okay. I guess my question that I have is someone who, I'm gonna use myself as an example. I got the J&J.
Okay.
Now when there was boosters given out, there was no J&J. There was only Moderna or Pfizer. So in that case, do you start all over when you go over to Pfizer or Moderna? Do you have to take both the shots in?
You don't have to begin a new primary series. They just recommend that with your first booster, they recommended everyone to get the monovalent, Pfizer and Moderna. So you had your choice, either one. The reason is because J&J, with the studies, the efficacy of it isn't as great as with Pfizer and Moderna. So they want to get everyone over to those vaccines. So now, like if you want to come in and get the bivalent, you will either get Pfizer or Moderna, but you do not have to restart a series over.
So is that, you go back to, I don't know what, I can't remember what you're calling this last one again.
Bivalent?
The bivalent?
The bivalent.
Bivalent or bi?
Bi.
Okay, so the bivalent, that one there, is that a 2-shot series or is it just a one?
Just the one.
Okay,
Just the one.
so I only got the J&J, didn't get any of the boosters that Pfizer and Moderna was giving. I didn't get any. If I don't get those, I can still get the bivalent.
Yes,
Okay, now is the bivalent considered a booster?
yes.
Okay.
But we're not doing any of those other boosters anymore. You're only gonna get the bivalent.
Okay.
And it just says only if you're 2 months from that danger, from your last shot.
Okay. Just kidding.
Wait a minute.
I was gonna sit down, but you keep saying something.
Russell,
Are you done?
Just mentioned something about booster. You don't have to take them, right? After your second one.
There's, after the second one, it's the bivalent.
That's what you guys have. Because, but a person is eligible to take the third one.
There isn't really a third, there isn't a third booster. There's no more boosters, there's only the bivalent.
What is that?
That is, it has the first variant of COVID that came out when it first came to us. And it also has the Omicron variant in it. So it has those variants in it. So it's actually better for you than just those single boosters. Those first boosters you got only had one variant in it. And this one now has two, has both of them in it. So you're going to get better coverage.
Well, you would think that in that case, then, people who want to take the third one should be able to take that, right?
CDC is not going to allow the monovalents to be given as boosters anymore.
Because I went to a clinic, and the doctor informed me, he said, well, the next booster shot will be in October.
So he's probably talking the bivalent.
But I don't need it, right? I mean, you offer it, right?
We offer.
For a third
Well,
booster.
we offer it for a third booster. Yes, you could put it that way. We offer it as a third booster, but it's the bivalent.
Is there any side effects to that?
It's the same as with all the other vaccines. Yeah, you'll just watch for the same side effects: the mild body aches, headache, fever, chills, fatigue, sore arm. If you get any of those side effects, it'll last a day or two.
Me was opposite. I felt like Superman.
You better get it then.
okay, any more questions for Sammy? Martha, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Council Administration. I have just a quick question. These shots that we're taking or whatever, I don't know if any of you guys tested this, but it magnetizes your arm. You can put a fork or spoon where you got the shot and it stays there. What causes that? Are we magnetized for something? Or are we being tested for something?
I guess I haven't heard of that, Martha.
Try it. Any of you guys that get a shot, try it. My son did, and he's the one that showed me. He said, check this out. They have something in this shot that magnetizes your arm. And you could put actually metal there and it'll stay there.
You can come in and make an appointment and you can take a look at it, but I have not heard of any side effects of that.
It's not a side effect. I'm just, letting you know it magnetizes your arm. And it's crazy because he's not the only one that tried it. He showed somebody else and they were all trying it. So I'm just saying, just letting you know. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions, anybody?
Thank you, Sammy.
Yep. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Melody, you want to continue?
Yes, I just have a few other short updates. I mentioned that the lab went through their Joint Commission accreditation. The hospital is next. We're in our accreditation window. When they come, we expect the surveyors are normally here about 3 days. They usually will arrive on a Monday morning or Wednesday morning at 8 o'clock, and they'll ask for me. And they'll bring a survey team with them, and they'll be going all throughout the hospital. They'll be going through the emergency room, inpatient, outpatient. They'll be looking at administration, we're doing our best to be ready for them for any last minute things that we need to dot the i's and cross the t's, but we are in our window, so that could be happening at any time. So that's just an FYI. And as soon as they arrive, I will make sure that I notify President Herman and Skyla. I already talked a little bit about the MRI van. In addition to the MRI van, we are increasing our telehealth options. We're adding 2 cardiologists to our telehealth, 2 dermatologists, 1 GI hepatologist, and 3 neurologists. So they're going through the credentialing process right now through telehealth so that we can speed up and really speed up that access to care for the specialty clinics. Right now, some of the key positions that we have advertised for full-time staff, we have a psychiatric nurse practitioner that we are recruiting for right now. And we will soon have 2 respiratory therapists that are going to be advertised. You already are aware that the Indian Health Service Director is going to be here for a visit on Saturday. Myself and my staff will be on standby. Right now, we're not on the agenda, but that could change. If they would like to come see the hospital, we will certainly be there to take them on a tour.
Go ahead, Pam.
You said 2 cardiologists, 2 dermatologists, 3 neurologists.
1 GI, a GI doctor, a hepatologist.
And these are under the telehealth?
Correct. And as soon as we get them credentialed, we'll put something out on a media blitz. We've firmed up our processes for working with the telehealth. I know in the past it's been kind of bumpy, and I think we've worked out all those kinks, but certainly if any patients are experiencing any issues, please let us know. The Indian Health Service. The last update that I have is Captain Rolfs asked me to let you know that I don't know if you're aware, but there were 10 hospitals throughout the nation in Indian Health Service. The CEO positions are transitioning from the GS level to something that's called a SES. And so Rosebud was one of them. So you may already be aware, but they're going to be interviewing for the CEO position here within the next 2 weeks. So, okay, not me. It is my position, but it's not me. I did not apply. And so those interviews are being managed at headquarters, so.
Russell has a question, a comment. Go ahead, Russell.
So what, SES or what's the title of it?
It's I think a little bit of the history is that they determined that a lot of the hospital positions, CEO positions, were not equivalent to the private sector at all, just in terms of salary. They're much lower than the civilian counterparts. And so headquarters took a look at that, and the salary range for the GS individuals, the salary range for anybody that works for Indian Health Service goes through GS1 through GS15. GS15 is the highest, and that's what the CEO position is. Above the GS15 range is something called SES. I think I knew it a minute ago. I just know it as SCS. It's an executive level position, so it's higher than a GS 15. And those positions are managed by headquarters. They are not managed by at the area level.
So what does SES stand for?
I believe it's Senior Executive Service. Does that sound right?
They consulted with
It's-
any of the tribes on this, changes that they're proposing?
I am the messenger here. I don't know what headquarters has shared with the tribe. I don't know.
Why in our past, we would like to think that, we wanted a representative that is receptive to our people's needs and not a doctor type level.
Absolutely, and I know, I think that's the reason why Captain Rolfs wanted me to mention it to you today, just for your awareness, and that headquarters should be reaching out to you to participate in the interview process.
Well, it sounds like a decision's already made that this is it, but my question is, have they consulted with any of the tribes that they represent?
That I don't know.
We'll ask that question to, lady, to whoever it is that comes, because I think, sometimes the United States government does an overkill, not bring it to our people, the and not the recommendation. And in this particular case, it sounds like that's what you're doing.
I will share that with Captain Rolfs.
Pam, go ahead.
In light of that questioning, Chairman, have you received any kind of correspondence
I
regarding?
did, I think I had a meeting with Joe Amiot and another official from Aberdeen, and we talked briefly about that change, and I just kind of forgot about it to pass it on the information, so.
Do you remember when that meeting was?
It was probably a couple months ago.
Did they, I guess, was you as the tribal president, was you in support of it, or did you disagree with it? or-
I guess I didn't have any feelings either way. I know there's always a question of our lawsuit that we won and the quality of service that our IHS provides up there. You know, they have their struggles too, as far as providing that service with the resources they got. I think it's probably a good idea. Maybe it stems from, I don't know what caused this change, but I can find out for you.
Can we, I guess, can we as a council, before we move any further, have some type of discussion on this? Because, Chairman, that was really a very important thing that should have been brought to council to advise us.
Wow.
At this point, we do not have no kind of say to say that there was government to government relationship or government to government talks of it. We have no kind of, we have nothing to fall back on because it was only relayed to you yourself and it wasn't told to us. And also maybe it should have been relayed to our health administrator so that she may have been able to at least start some kind of stuff through the health board. But I really think that we need to have some kind of discussion on it as far as, how do we feel as tribal leaders? Do we oppose it? Do we agree with it? What do we need to do? Do we need to draft a resolution? What are some things that we need to do? I guess that's where I'm going with it. Thank you.
What, Sharon and Wayne?
I guess this is really upsetting because we should be informed so we could give a recommendation. And I'm not sure why, I feel bad for Melody having to deliver the news to us today. But, it looks like pre-selection. Do they already have somebody in mind? So they just advertised?
No, it's just a different grade up. And to me, if I would give my opinion on it, it's probably for the best for our hospital. It's a grade up in that position. They're probably required to have, more credentials as far as the position is required. I don't think they have anything in mind. Hopefully they go through the process of letting us make a recommendation again and actually go with it this time.
Can we bring it up this weekend?
Sure, we can do that. Wayne?
Yeah, I guess I'm kind of lost. IHS has never taken our, opinion on when they transfer a new CEO in. That I can remember. Since 2015, there's been over 13 CEOs at this hospital. They just transfer one in when they detail. Then it's not a permanent position. They've never put that as a permanent position. They just detail another CEO when they feel like transferring one out.
Okay, since we started a whole different discussion, I think we probably need to ask those questions on Saturday of our new, director of IHS and how this came about and how this change came and why we didn't get consulted on it as far as, tribal members. Maybe it was at the Great Plains, Health Board's meeting. And I haven't been to one for a while, so I don't know if the other representatives have heard anything on it or not, or the change. I don't know, Skyla, was you informed or no? Russell?
I think that best for us to be assertive on this. You know, there's nothing wrong in for health and then to contact all these other tribes and see if there was any kind of consultation or if it was a directive. I'd like to know that because, you know, when President Biden came on, that government to government consultation process was reinstituted. And I would think that, you know, you get somebody in that level of a doctor, that person is going to be throwing all kinds of medical talk against us, and we're going to sit here like we really think we understand that, but we don't. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like, well, but we should find out.
Yeah.
You guys should call around and talk to your fellow chairmen, see if they got any kind of input from Indian Health Service or headquarters, as they call it. Find out, because I'd like to know before we start questioning this lady that, or whoever it is that's coming here on Saturday, to be able to get a better feeling on what they're doing in Indian country.
Okay, I'll call the area office as soon as I get a chance. Okay. Go ahead, Pam.
Yeah, Melody, when you were explaining this position, that it's higher than a GS-15, but it's not gonna be under area, where did you say it was gonna be under?
Under headquarters.
Under headquarters that's Washington, right?
Correct.
So, so our CEO is gonna be under the Washington office, so how do we get our CEO to come here to our monthly meetings? I mean, when somebody's that high up the chain, doesn't really have to respond to us, how do we get reports from them?
It's my understanding that, you know, they are going to be on site and they'll be serving in the same capacity as a GS CEO did, as I did, and would be, have the same responsibility of working with the tribe and communicating and reporting. That's my understanding, but again, this is, it might be that the hiring process is under headquarters, but the management will come under Great Plains, but I'm not sure. You know, I've just been asked to share a message, and that's, you know.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Melody. Is that it?
That is it. And do you have any questions?
Thank you. Thank you.
I have one.
But Mike,
I'm sorry.
Can you, I've been here for a year, but I was just wanting to see if you could clarify IHS's role over or relationship with the ERs, because the ER department is under like a management group, like how that works as far as if there's reporting of complaints, anything like that, just to kind of let the public know, because I don't think a lot of people understand how that works.
Yeah, Lisa she's part of that, was part of that process, so.
Yeah, when they had the diversion back in 2016, and as part of that corrective action plan under CMS, then they were contracting out the emergency to tribal EM. So the complaint process still follows that of IHS. It goes in, or we give our complaints to area office. And there's also a head nurse in that department also that can address complaints too. Okay, so. And tribal EM, I think that contract might be up in like a year or two. I don't know.
It's actually on a 6-month extension right now. And we've got a weekly meeting with the contract representative. And we talk to them about any issues, you know, if there's any staffing issues, if there's any complaint issues, if there's any invoicing issues, any issues at all are brought up at that time. And there's a representative, the area contracting representative is there, as well as Callie. Callie is on the call. Tribal EM nurse leader is on the call.
Okay.
Usually one of their providers is on the call, and our provider staff.
Does IHS anticipate taking over the emergency room again? Or since there's a contract extension, are they gonna renew that contract, or what's the plans with that?
Right now, there are discussions about renewing the contract.
With tribal EM or with IHS?
No, it would have to go out to bid.
Yeah, and they do work closely with tribal health. They changed from tribal EM, they're now called tribal health. It's the same owner, same company, everybody. We do get, when we do get complaints, we try to address them in real time. So people have contacted me. I do work very closely with tribal health. The nurse lead, Scott Giles, is here Monday through Thursday. So I work closely with him. And then Whitney LaCroix is the CNO for tribal health, so we still communicate very closely and usually resolve any issues in real time. So day or night, we can address those. So anybody's welcome to contact me.
Okay. And then, so then tribal health, like, so they do the hiring of the staff for the ER?
So
And-
how it works for, I can speak to the nursing part, the provider part somewhat follows the same, but there's different credentialing and stuff. But for nurses, how it works is I work with tribal health. They'll submit resume, certifications, immunizations, and licensure to me. They have to have at least 2 years of ER or ICU experience. I go through, look at their resume. I reach out to that candidate, ask them some questions about scenarios. If I think they're a good fit for our team, then I will say yes, proceed with processing. If I don't think they're a good candidate to support our people or on the team, then I say no, which I have said no several times.
Okay.
I want the best for the ER, but after that, they go through all the background that any federal worker would have to go through, and then they come on for orientation. So in the ER, right now our staffing for nurses is we run 3 shifts. So we go 4 nurses on the day shift, 4 nurses on the night shift, and then I have 1 nurse in the mid shift. So we can have a dedicated triage nurse. So that's the point of having that staffing. I do have 6 federal funded ER positions, and I have 5 of those filled right now. So we have 5 federal nurses, and then the rest are contractors.
Okay.
They're not identified when they're working or anything if they're federal or contract, but yeah, but we do work really closely together. Like I just reached out to Whitney, we're doing survey readiness, so reached out to her, and she's no problem for her to come down yesterday and help getting some personnel files and stuff caught up for contractors.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Russell. One more comment. You know, 2015, they give the hospital over the emergency. It was the it was actually the hospital's fault for not really keeping up with, and when they got jigged for it, you know who suffers for it is the people. And, you know, Indian Health Service never really owned up to it, but they're the ones that originally made the mistake of not keeping up with ER. And here we are, 6 years later, still in the same boat, not knowing, you know. I mean, ironically, last week or the week before, I went to see a doctor, and it took me 3 days before I got in to see a doctor. Well, in that process, I was told, well, if you don't, you know, if you're really, really sick, you can go to ER. But if you go to ER, that place is jam-packed. People waiting to be seen. I didn't like that passing the buck situation either. But eventually I did get seen, you know, which is a blessing for me. But I can just about imagine what our people go through, you know, when they go to the hospital. Especially when they're short on staff. I guess you guys only had 2 people in the hospital reporting to work that day. And so that really puts a hindrance on people that may want to go in and see a doctor, especially if you're used to a doctor, seeing a doctor that kind of knows your case. But anymore, you go up there, man, you take a chance and get seen by whoever's available. And for somebody going there on a daily basis, you know, it's really hard to, you have to go, they look at the records, but you basically have to go through kind of a system where you're redoing everything again. You know what I mean? So I mean, that was just a couple of weeks ago, I think, all this was taking place. But for the Indian Health Service to say, well, I'll go to, want to be seen, go to ER. So when you walk in, that place is jam-packed. Somebody was taking recordings of how dirty it was and how dysfunctional it was. I mean, and I'm hoping that other people that experience this all the time should speak up, to be able to say something, because you know, it's unacceptable in 2022. And we should have the best hospital in the country, Indian country at least. That's my comment for the day.
Okay. Thank you.
How much longer is Melody gonna be with us?
They have a whole process of hiring, so she'll probably be here till they hire somebody else, right? So,
Actually, I do have a date. I haven't shared with my staff yet, but, I'll be here through the end of March.
Okay. 2023?
Yep.
Okay.
she said today's her last day.
No.
Thank you, Melody.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I want a hug. Thank you.
Hey.
Monday.
Oh, I'll have Melody.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
No, she's just here. Pat?
Chairman, thinking about all of this, what For me, I guess I have the question of during your discussion of this couple months ago, what was entailed in it? What's the reasoning of it?
I
and
don't
how
know what
did
the
we get
reasoning
to
was.
10
All I know is they
hospitals?
reported that this was getting changed. I don't know if it was because of the lawsuit that we filed. It's supposed to make it better. I don't know what the reason is. All I know is that it was gonna be changed. I don't remember who even told me that, if it was Joamia or if it was Willie Bearshield or who talked about it, but it was happening before they even consulted with anybody else, so they were just relaying the message that it's gonna happen.
So, you don't even know how or who the other 9 hospitals are?
Well, it's probably all the ones in South Dakota. Right?
I don't know.
Our region?
Wayne seems to know a lot, so let's ask him. Which hospitals? What are the 9 hospitals?
I have no idea, but our region is considered South Dakota and what, a couple in Nebraska?
Great Plains.
Great Plains region. That'd be nice.
But I will make a call. I will find out more information. I'll get back to you. I'll probably even report tomorrow, okay? We are on communities. I mean, communities that have resolutions, motions. Go ahead, Ray.
Hi. Madam Secretary, can you bring up, research the motion that was passed before my motion last week? Just for reference, but, I wanted to talk about, the motion that I made last week. I know it just didn't come out of thin air. There was a lot of discussion before that, and it was about council advances. And just to get it correct, what did the motion read?
Council to advance 4 pay periods are at the discretion of the tribal treasurer. Second by Vanessa Red Hawk Thompson. Question by Lisa Whitepipe. The vote was 9 in favor, 3 opposed, and 0 not voting. Motion carried.
Okay, so that was kind of like what brought up the discussion on it, and I know when I made a motion to see if it was feasible for budget and finance, it was just to see like all the research done behind it. When was the last time council got it? But there was a lot of criticism over it, and there was a lot of constructive criticism over it, and I appreciate that because it really pointed out like a lot of flaws that the people see in us. So it was really great learning experience. One of them was the Zoom. One of them was, our attendance and stuff. I just wanted to clarify that we didn't get $10,000 raise. We didn't get a bonus or nothing. It was just to see if it's feasible. And I don't even know if it can happen this fiscal year, next fiscal year, but it was just to start the research process at Budget and Finance Committee and go along with that. So I just wanted to clarify that and just let everyone that's listening know like where this whole discussion came about. And I brought this up at my community meeting last night and explained everything, and they made a motion to put that motion into the Todd County Tribune about the advances, because they also didn't know that as well, that was passed before mine, because it was the only one that was on social media. But and then the other thing that my community brought up was on August 10th, a motion by Raymond Corrigo for ARPA to bring back a proposal for 17-year-olds and under for $1,500 direct payment. Second by Dara Ayat, question by Eileen Schott. 17 yes, 1 no, and 0 abstain, and 2 absent. So did ARPA committee or office ever come back with that? No, nothing? Okay, well, Chair, since there hasn't been any action on it, or we haven't got a proposal for it since August 10th, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider and amend Resolution 22-234. And to amend the 6th whereas, to strike the members of 18 years of age and above to include all tribal members for the $1,500 payment.
There's a superseding motion that has the clothing orders. So are they gonna get the clothing orders also?
Yeah.
Our superseding resolution?
I think we need to have a discussion if we can afford something like that before we make motions, but, you know, I just don't know what the report is as far as what we can do with the rest of the ARPA money. I thought we were done with it, but,
Hasn't that been obligated?
yeah, well, he made a motion. Is there gonna be a second? We'll see if we get a second. Jordan, second it? Okay, now the discussion. Go ahead. But, Treasurer?
Just a question, Chairman and Chair of ARPA Committee. Hasn't that money been budgeted?
Not sure. I couldn't answer the questions. You guys have a ARPA committee meeting still, so, I mean, is it all obligated? We're done with giving out individual, stimulus money again?
I
Or,
think for the direct payment, Chairman, we budgeted what was in that line item based on that resolution at that time. So I don't think that we have the ability to do that.
okay, well.
But I guess at what point does,
Yeah, he's got a motion from his community to.
well, and then on the August 10th motion,
Yeah,
that was to bring back that proposal to see if there's money obligated or money available, and we still haven't received that yet.
right, Wayne.
I think that we need to have information like these budgets. I know that there's amounts that have been sent to council, but it sure sounds like we don't know what has been obligated, specifically what it's been obligated for. And we should have a meeting as a council so that we can answer these questions.
When was the last ARPA meeting? Committee meeting?
It was the third week of September, but we had council on that day.
Oh, okay,
So it's scheduled for next week on the 19th.
okay.
But a lot of that money is obligated for the small homes,
Yeah,
the repairs. I don't know, I think we just need to get an accounting of where we're at with all of that money, what's obligated for the amounts, because we still have program proposals that are turned in that we haven't even looked at yet. So.
Chairman, if I may again.
go ahead, Stephen.
I just forwarded the last ARPA report that Jim has sent, and it's dated for October 4th. So that's the last financial update that we have received from that office. But I forwarded it to the council's email.
That's the most accurate, Steve. So can we do a PSA with that?
We could, yes. It's the most recent from the office, but it's not, I mean, there's expenditures happening every day. So those numbers are going to change from, a week ago, but.
Just so that people have an idea what it's being spent on. Because they just have the people out there don't really have an idea. They think that it's just a large amount just sitting there and we're not planning with it.
Sure. How would you like that done?
Just pay us.
Yeah, so we did a priority as far as making funds available for renovations to houses. We got a report on that last week. We have a plan to build 100 houses. We have a plan to help SWA renovate some of their units. And I don't recommend that we start using that money or re-obligating it, or that's just my own opinion. We set priorities when we first started using this money. And one of them was to take care of these houses that are so dilapidated that they needed to be fixed up and get some people in these houses. So that's my opinion on it.
No, and I completely understand that, I guess, but when this was made back in August and we still haven't received a proposal, whether it's feasible or not, I have no choice but to go with it because I haven't seen it.
Right.
And there's been ample time for.
Secretary, can we add this to the next ARPA agenda? ARPA committee meeting agenda?
Yeah, well, there's a motion on the floor to reconsider and amend 2022-234. We're in discussion right now, so if you guys want to move it on to someplace else, then we need a tabling motion to do that. Motion to table by Lisa to move it on to ARPA, next ARPA meeting. Okay. Second by Fremont. Need question? Share. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Online, Stan?
13.
Steven? Oh, Steve? He's not on it no more. Opposed?
1, 2.
Not voting?
0.
Okay, there was motion to table to bring back the next council meeting after it goes back to ARPA. Okay. Go ahead, Wayne.
I'll motion to publish the latest budget and findings of what we're going to spend the ARPA money on so that the people have information.
Okay.
Direct that to the ARPA committee.
Second by Jordan, question by Cher. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Online, Stan? Steve?
Yes.
16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Lisa, then Cher.
Just a little information. I know we have about 14 million that's unbudgeted. And there's over 60 million in proposals that have been turned in. And that includes our tribal programs, other sources too. So we haven't even gone over those to see how much we have left after all these payouts.
Cher?
Thank you. I really think that more transparency is needed for our processes, because anytime this council spends money, the people think we're spending ARPA money. And there's a lot of misconceptions and lies out there. There's a lot of accusations of embezzlement. And I would really like somebody from the finance office, if that's the CFO, to draft something kind of explaining what the process is and how secure of a system we have. Like me as a council person, I can't log in and write myself a check, and we can't have a meeting and spend a bunch of money without it being questioned and a specific process being followed. So I really think some education for the public is important, but also to align with that, maybe we should get our Yapaha newsletter going again, so that way we can freely publish some of our financial reports and some of the important things that we pass here, so people don't think that we're not being transparent. That's the biggest thing that we're always hearing, is you're not transparent. And although those of us all around this table know anybody can go get and request copies of minutes, motion excerpts, all of that is free to the public because it's federal funding. A lot of people don't have the resources to do that. So I think making those two pieces of information out there for people to be able to access and be accessible, or even if we can start moving forward towards a cloud-based system where we can put our minutes and our even like our law and order code and all of our pertinent documents in that platform. I know Madam Secretary and I spoke about using Basecamp and specific other things where we could even reduce the amount of paper that we're using, so it would really be effective in so many different areas. And I think that's something we should look forward to, and maybe utilize some of our working sessions with our committees to move that forward. But I don't know if I should make a motion to direct or if that's something that you'll just request that, our CFO do.
CFO, I think it's a good idea to be transparent. There's a lot of misconceptions out there. At least something that you guys can use as council reps to go back to your communities and report to your communities, and that's how it's supposed to work. So, I'll see if I can get something prepared, okay?
Thank you. You know, I have explained to a lot of people that the community meetings are the platform for us as council reps to go to, but a lot of them just say, well, I'm not going to the meeting. So they would like for us to start using social media outlets and things like that. So I just wanted to share that. But, Itancha, you said that you'll visit with?
Yep.
Okay.
I'll do that.
Thank you.
Chairman, there was the same lines of what she's talking about. I think back when Dion was first hired as the IT director, I think clear back to then, going forward as different council people came in, that motion has always been there that our IT department was supposed to be the one to create this transparency for council. A lot of the motions were made that things get put out there. One of them was utilizing the Channel 93. There was one for even having maybe a council page for, you know, things that were going to be done, but a lot of people thought that that was for the secretary to do. Now, I don't know when it'll start, who's gonna watch over it, but there are many things that we have asked for to go on to Channel 93 and it still hasn't gone on there. One example is with our IHS. We had asked for them to start calling down here and start putting things on there, and we had to reiterate that. I believe it was last Monday when I brought it up again to Melody on our meeting that we had. So there's things that have been already given directive, but there's no follow through. And on that follow through, you know, I think council assumes that administration will take care of it. And it's because you are administration and you guys do have staffing that, you know, takes care of certain parts of what we discuss out here. So, I don't know, maybe the Madam Secretary can go through and go back 10 years and probably see that there's been a lot of motions made for transparency for the council, especially to bring out what exactly is the general account, what is the, what they call that account, the indirect, you know, how council, when they go on travel, that used to always be a big discussion, was travel. And that's why a lot of people don't want to travel and do their due diligence. But there's monies there that indirect takes care of, and there's money there that comes from the general. So a lot of that transparency can be done, but it needs to be transparent with our social media. That's why this RST 93 was created, was to create that transparency for all programs, even for programs to be able to put their information out there. So it just needs to happen. And I don't know when it'll happen, but it needs to.
I think you really need to revitalize the business office, you know.
Well, you know, bringing that back up, I don't know, you know, when we try to do something, we're always told, no, that's not what you guys do, that's micromanaging. But yet we've made many motions asking you to get them things done. And yes, we approve your monthly reports, but they're not in there. So just like this, look,
Well,
on the hospital
I'm gonna call a point of order. I'm not gonna get scolded by you.
I'm not scolding you, Chairman.
Then
I'm letting you know that we're asking
I'm not gonna
for.
allow the discussion because there's a process for my office to get things done, and you're basically throwing me under the bus for everything, so.
I guess I just don't know how we get our motion.
You know the
answered.
process, but you get up and you talk about it every time. So let's discuss this in the committee and bring it back. Any other communities? Sure.
Sorry, you mentioned the business office.
Yep.
And we were speaking about this at the last meeting. And I know that Rose in the business office is more than willing to help with some things. I also know that we made a motion to advertise for the legislative affairs position. So, director. So I want to make sure that, it's okay for us to go in there and utilize the business office and, as well, or is that office just for you?
What's that? Well,
The business office.
like we said before, originally it was set up, it was a political appointee position to follow up on motions, resolutions, and directives from the council. And that was the information office that anybody can go to and ask to see if it was being followed up on, like communications, all the directives you got to put on for the communication part of Channel 93, it should have been given to the business office. The business office should have made sure that the IT put it on that channel or wherever you wanted it. That would have been the process.
Okay,
Okay.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's for any piece of information that we want processed, we can send it to the business office.
Right.
And that, nothing has changed there, it's still in place?
Nope, just need to utilize it.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay. Any other community business? Micah?
Since we're on the topic of ARPA, I would like to make the motion to reconsider and amend Resolution 2021-203 to add in full council as the ARPA committee. And my reasoning behind that is so we can all be accountable and transparent with this ARPA money. I think with the CARES and the ARPA money that has come in, you know, some people have really taken the heat for spending and different things. And I just feel if it's full council, we can be accountable and we can communicate with each other and know what to say and what information to put out to the public when they have questions.
Second.
Second by Sharon, question by Ray.
I'd like to, for a roll call vote also.
Roll call vote? Okay. All right. Ray, you want to pull back your question?
Why don't we just rescind that resolution and then you could schedule the third Wednesday for a council meeting
Okay.
for our business?
Okay.
Is that what she's doing?
To include it for the council, I mean, he can schedule an actual council meeting, but we take action.
For Wednesday, is that what you said?
Well, that's when the ARPA committee is scheduled for.
Okay.
Third
Let's have
Wednesday,
our-
every month, that one.
Just make our decisions at the ARPA meeting? Is that what you're saying? Any decisions that
Yes,
are,
it's, council's gonna be included, why don't you just have a council meeting?
okay? All right, let's have a council meeting on ARPA day it's ARPA committee meeting?
No, a council meeting on the day we're supposed to have our ARPA committee meeting.
Okay, all right, we'll do that.
If you want, I don't know, we could just have a committee meeting and refer everything
Motion
to.
was to reconsider and rescind the motion that put just a few of the members on the ARPA committee. So that's what she's trying to get away from. She wants the whole council to be the ARPA committee. Basically, that's what she's saying. So,
Not just one meeting.
right. So any more discussion? Any question? Ray? All in favor? Roll call vote.
Jordan Ron? Yeah. Russell Eagle Bear? Lisa Whitepipe? Yes. Steve Brave?
Yes.
Stanley Wood and I?
Oh.
Vanessa Red Hawk Thompson? Yes. Michael Lunderman? Yes. Fremont Fallis?
Yep.
Chanel Blackfeather? Yes. Bill Marshall is absent. Wayne Frederick?
Yes.
Eileen Shaw? Yes. Martha Bluethunder? Yes. Sherry Wright Plink?
Yes. Norman Running Senior is absent. Pamela Kilsenwater,
Yes.
Raymond Croigo.
Yes.
Yes.
Is absent. Donna Hollowhorn Bear is absent. Dwight Spotted 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
16 voting yes,
0 no,
0 no,
0 abstained, and 4 absent.
0 abstain, and 4 absent. Motion carried.
What was the vote again?
16004.
Okay, we're gonna have our ARPA meeting at the regular council on the ARPA report, then is that we're gonna have our committee meeting as far as ARPA committee?
That's at your discretion.
Council's gonna be, okay,
That's at your discretion.
So y'all meet like today and tomorrow. And next Wednesday will be council. And
okay,
then the following Wednesday will be.
okay, just remind me. All right, any more community business? Vanessa?
We still need a street light.
I had 2 resolutions, but I'm gonna wait for, because we had a lab test on one of them, so when that comes back, it's gonna take a couple weeks, so. 2 resolutions? Yeah. Let's get a lab test on one of the dates, so. Aubrino's back next meeting.
Pam, go ahead.
Yeah, Chairman, also, can we get some research done as far as the cell towers that were supposed to be in Spring Creek? I want to do some follow-up on that, though that was passed by council the last time I sat on council, but I don't know what happened to it, and I don't know where it's at.
I think TUC is supposed to have tried to get you something over there, wasn't it? Or was that what the motion
That
was?
one is more recent, but there was stuff that we did back then where we had actually passed a resolution and TLE did purchase that land from that landowner to put a cell tower there, but I don't know whatever happened with that negotiation. When the next council rep came in my seat, I mentioned it to her to work on that, and I don't know where it went from there. But I'd like to know what happened to that because we still need our cell towers down there.
Got to follow up on it. Lisa?
Yesterday at our TLE meeting, there was a representative from AT&T that was on our agenda to discuss those cell towers within that area. We referred them to TUC, to Tony Rogers, to kind of do that backup history on it, because we knew that there was some land identified for it. But I think before we even start negotiating with where they're going to put those towers up and when they need to, we should negotiate and have them put an office back down here, our store back down here. Because there's a lot of elders that have to find a ride to, Pier or even Valentine when they, and a lot of them don't, know how to pay over the phone and want to pay by cash. So I think that should be part of the negotiation process, that they open a store again down here.
Pam?
Yeah, in regards to that, our negotiation at the time wasn't with AT&T, it was with Verizon. And also, in the lines of what my colleague White Pipe is talking about, you look at the surrounding reservations that did cell tower business as, they have much cheaper plans than what we got. They have better quality phones than what we got. I think somebody really needs to sit down and do some real negotiating rather than looking at, just looking at the land. If we can get, I don't know if Tony wants to come over somewhere down on the agenda to maybe visit with us and let us know what after Checro. Maybe that might want to make him aware of the certain things that we have for discussion, so that way he'll be prepared for when he comes. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other business for communities? Ray?
One more thing before I forget, we had a couple candidates come down for governor and state, senate. I was just curious if, your office or any office is gonna assist with, calling voters or anything that they, and the community can reach out to them.
I'm not sure how that works. I've never had to do that out of the office before, so I think we've done endorsements for, people who are running for office, but, I don't think we've ever hauled voters for anybody, so I guess you guys are gonna have to create a budget to do that, or?
No, one time when I was at legislative affairs, we helped.
Really?
Yeah, we held, voters to the polls,
Uh-huh.
if they call their office, but I was just curious if, you thought about that or had a plan, but.
You mentioned that legislative affairs director was to be advertised again. We will do that, but are you guys gonna, did you guys approve a budget for that office to be run for this upcoming year? Was there a budget in there? Sure, do you know?
Yes.
There was? Okay, all right, just making sure. We'll get that done. Sheriff, then Russell.
Thank you. I know I brought this up last meeting and then I was sent back to transportation, but transportation didn't have a meeting and, Rosebud community really needs some streetlights, especially by the hospital turn. We have the solar lights, but over the years, they've gotten dimmer and dimmer. And we just have so many complaints here in Rosebud about people almost getting hit by cars and joking about running from one light to the other and running from the darkness to the light because it's really dim if you all come through. So that was one of the requests from Rosebud community. And we do have minutes for it, a motion, but we don't have a resolution. So I know that you're the chair of the committee. What course of action should I take on that?
You know, Linda DeVille. She's the head of that. You know, they're the ones that deal with them streetlights. Luanda and Bob, I think, are the ones that take care of the as far as seeing the need for it.
Okay.
Because like Spring Creek, we had that same problem. We had lights put up by at the school turnoff. The lights went this way and this way, meaning one went up the hill further into the community and the other one went back out towards Spring Creek. But when they redid that bridge, they took all them lights out and nobody put the lights back. So we're back to a dark spot down there. And I've been trying to get with, we changed their names. I can't call them MAP 21. Their transportation department, trying to get with them to work on putting them lights back. But a lot of our communities are requesting lights and we're trying to figure out where that payment comes from as far as paying for them lights, because we've like even asked for lights at the Spring Creek Junction and St. Francis and Kilgore Road, that little T there. Right there, we've asked for lights there. There's also been a request for lights for Grass Mountain at that Y. I mean, there's all these requests for streetlights, but there's no way of paying for them. Right now, the tribe is flipping that bill, but there really isn't no place to take them lights out from.
But aren't they Bureau of Affairs highways? So it seems like the BIA could pay for them, maybe.
We can't even get them to pay for our death. You can't die today.
Okay.
Got, I don't know who was first. Russell, Ray, and Jordan. Go ahead, Russell.
Conversation. Made me realize something. What was that word?
Lizzie.
We're talking about vehicles, elections. One of the things, we had a meeting about the committee, presentation. One of the things we really need to get involved in state elections.
Right.
And not concentrate too much on our own. Even then, we can generate 30%. There's more voters out there than I think we need to get we're trying to offer transportation, you know, because, most people probably need a ride voting. We have what, 85 vehicles from CARE program? I mean, we have the vehicle. We need to help up from the back, especially electric time. You know, it's always been quite a state every administration. It's always conflict. So I think we need to do our part. Is to vote on. That's kind of my thing. I recommended that to some of the other leaders that were thinking, we need to get together and really promote that. You know, something we're doing.
We could probably see what we can do with as far, I'm not sure where they're all parked at or who we can have drive. Maybe we can have the security call voters. So I'll check into that and see if we can at least get that done, okay?
I think one more comment about no lights here and there. In her case, that's a good place to go and get smacked on the neck.
Hey.
He knows.
Can we take a break? Can I take a 5-minute break? We need to go visit Russell.
Go ahead, Ray.
Oh, just real quick, and I wanted to mention what Cher talked about, the lights in Rosebud, and we did talk about that. And we talked about that in transportation on the solar lights, and a lot of them, there's some battery issues with them. And is it George who kind of, so they're looking at replacing them and doing a proposal, but some of them are they're dim. And I just wanted to comment on that because those lights, they are pretty dim. But George is going to
Batteries that need to be changed once in a while. Every 10 years or 5 years.
Yeah.
Russell,
I think we need to do evaluation on all the communities. No,
You're right.
we have, like my community, the bus, we're around there. And there's not a movement, but we don't have enough light for the protection of our children. So maybe that's something, I don't even know if we even have grant writers, but, you know, that's another thing. You know, we don't get anybody out there to really do research or proposals or recommendations. You know?
Yeah.
I think that's needed, you know, in every community.
Yep. Jordan, and we'll take a break.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up as well. Antelope community has been requesting speed bumps in both north and south side. SWA did pay for the ones that they installed at Sichongu Village. And then I also wanted to address our school zones needing to be marked. I guess those are state highways, the one in Mission. And then I know that He Dog School is just right off the road there in Parmalee, so we need to get those marked before somebody gets hurt. The one in Mission comes and those truck drivers fly through there, and it's 3 o'clock, they're letting out school, and the cars are still kind of on the road, so we need to get those marked. We need to figure out where to get them out.
On that south side, Jordan, I think House takes care of the other side, and I think only Roads Department takes care of the BIA routes. I think the last time we had speed bumps out there, we had motor fuel. I think we had them do that. So
Yeah, I guess I was just following up. George didn't tell me how many they had or anything like that. And I know it comes into, well, they're gonna get beat up when the plows come, but maybe we can do it in the summertime and install them and then do the temporary ones before the plows start coming and take them up. Just so that way, because traffic is wicked out there at night. So we just would like to get something installed.
I'll call Motor Fuel and see if they can pull it off, and I'll call both roads and Motor Fuel.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Pam.
I guess I just would like to make a motion to, how do you say that now? Reaffirm Resolution 2013-153. It's the one on the cell tower that I was talking about for Spring Creek community. But I would like to reaffirm that resolution.
Okay, there's a motion to reconsider and reaffirm 2013-153. We need a second. Ray, you want reading the records? Since it's 9 years old.
Huh?
It's 9 years old, so we forget.
Jeez, I know, everybody forgot us down there. I'll start with the third whereas, whereas the Constitution and bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, Article 4, Section 1A, authorizes the tribal council to negotiate with federal, state, and local governments on behalf of the tribe, and whereas the Spring Creek community is a duly recognized community under Article 5 of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's Constitution and bylaws, whereas the Spring Creek community hereby is in a compelling need for a cell phone and broadband internet service for its members on the Rosebud, and whereas the Spring Creek community and other tribal communities are among the last citizens to gain access to the cell and internet services in order to truly participate in the 21st century. Whereas bringing cell phone and high-speed broadband to the Spring Creek community and Indian country would provide high-speed internet access to the community and will strengthen all communities served and improve economic development, healthcare, education, and will foster economic stability. Whereas the Spring Creek community fully supports the, I don't remember this, but the AT&T selection for the cell tower site to be located at southeast quarter of Section 7, T36 North, R31W, 43.1108881N, negative 101.0082881W, 43 degree 639.7 north, 101 degree 02981 west, and therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe adopts recommendation of Spring Creek community to authorize and direct the Spring Creek community officers, Rosebud Sioux Tribe, AT&T, and its consultants to conduct and complete any necessary feasibility studies, cultural studies, and pre-development activities for the AT&T cell tower. This is to certify that the above resolution number 2013-153 was duly passed by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council in session on August 15, 2013 by a vote of 10 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 not voting. The said resolution was adopted pursuant to the authority vested in the council. A quorum was present. Linda Marshall was the secretary and Cyril Scott was the president.
Okay, does everybody understand the resolution, reaffirming it? Any discussion? Need a question? Fremont, question.
Well, I would rather take AT&T out and see what kind of negotiations TUC comes up with, because I still have that guy from AT&T or from Verizon. I still have his cell phone number and that he is still part of Verizon. So
On one of my trips to DC, I talked to T-Mobile too, so I'll follow up on T-Mobile. Maybe I'll give them the information and I'll have our TUC director follow up on that. See if
We went up and talked to them with, OJ Siemens did, and he was gonna visit with you about, they were gonna do some free services, but
yeah.
He said, answer your calls, your texts, and your email, and he'll let you know how that goes.
So can I strike out AT&T in here and leave that selection blank until these negotiations start happening, or do I have to have a service provider in here?
So, yeah, just put cellular service on there. Doesn't matter. It kind of opens it up. So now you're amending it. So basically the motion is to reconsider and amend. Okay.
Reconsider and amend and reaffirm?
No.
No more reaffirm?
No more reaffirm. Fremont, question it. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Online, Stan?
Oh.
Steve?
Yes.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. We can.
Is that one thing, you know, next on our agenda is Attorney General. Is he here, ready to give a report right now?
I talked to him yesterday about it. I don't know if he's gone today, but I talked to him about giving him his report.
Okay, because on.
He gave a big report. He's supposed to have gave a big report on the 28th. He was prepared and he didn't get to do it.
Well, on September 21st, he was not prepared and he didn't have his report
Okay.
ready. So on that day, Madam Secretary, if you can look into the record, he did say he would appear on October 4th and he would have a written report for us because he wasn't prepared on the.
Yes, that's
on
the
the
day that he
21st.
said he had it ready, so.
So on October 4th, when we did have council last Tuesday, he wasn't here.
Yeah.
So now he's not here today and he's next on the agenda. Can we recess and have him here first thing in the morning?
I'll call him. Yep, we can do that.
Okay, so just for the record, he'll be here first thing in the morning.
Okay, yep. Recess till tomorrow, 10 o'clock? Okay. Recess till 10 o'clock tomorrow. Tennille, did you have something to?
I think if you have them on the agenda, you're gonna have to have them on Zoom, because I do believe it's not travel to the rest of the.
I think he went to Nebraska or something, yeah. Or association, so I'll see if he can zoom in. We'll see if he can be on Zoom tomorrow. But he said he had a large report done and we didn't get to him, so, he was prepared on the 4th.
Just for the record, he wasn't here in person on that day.
Okay.
And he, I don't know why he wasn't here that day, but I did question it on our council text. And I was informed that he didn't know about it or something, so.
Okay.
Just for the record, I did call him that morning because we were on the phone regarding a different issue. And I told him, you're not at the council meeting today because I was excused that day for my appointment. And he said, I called the secretary's office and I wasn't on the agenda. So that's why he didn't show up that day, just to let you know.
He was the one that wanted that day to give his report.
All right, let's recess till tomorrow, 10 o'clock.
Hello, thank you for watching RST's Channel 93 and stay tuned for more local and travel content.